Previously on the Lorekeepers.
Pa always told me stories got starts, stories got finishes. But I ain't ever been able to tell much difference between the two. Pa said that's because I was entertained by the stories. He said the hallmark of a great storyteller was the ability to make a moment where the listener is tricked into thinking, well, dang, I don't know. Is this a new start or a horrifying finish? And then, of course, storyteller would probably tell them it was a new start all along and everything's great. But, well, I wasn't old when I first learned I wasn't a good storyteller. I wasn't young when I learned I'd never be a lorekeeper. How funny how things turn out. I'm fortunate enough, all my finishes have been starts too. I ain't at the end of my rope yet. But those moments, my story, they keep coming. And no less now that I've been thrown into the mix with these 4 storybook characters. Not sure where I'd start with them. Probably with bumping into Weaver again. Took me a long moment. Well, it took me a moment to get used to being around him again. Not a long one, though. I ain't too sure what I was mad at in the first place, but... Or I could start with him. Seeing him one more time. And you see the black and the white mask of Equinox. I was always told to focus on the positive, so how about this here big feller? No, not the scaly one that ain't like me. Well, he's sort of like me. The Dragonborn, he's got the broken common tongue like me. He tells me he might not be too learnt like me. But the other big one. We fight well together, but he's a little bit bigger than me, but I take comfort in knowing I could probably take him if you didn't see it coming. Or I could start when we had to go into the Underdark. How about that? Following in Daddy's footsteps a bit there, huh? Got to see the city of Talazhan right above the light drinker depths. These Drow have their way with names. That's when the one we call Azarax kind of showed his true form there. He doesn't fit right at home with his kin here. Nah, outside world rubbed off on him too much. You can see it. So can they. But he fell right in line with their rituals, their traditions. It was his blood that was poured into the blood seal. I shouldn't talk too much about what I'm not educated about. But all roads have led to here, haven't they? Here, and we're all standing here staring up at this big mother. And I get to thinking, what is this? Here in the dark. Is this moment a new start or a finish?
Barker, take a point of inspiration. We see the Drow city of Talazhan hanging in the darkness above the light drinker depths. Many of the homes of the Drow are catacomb-like, hive-like, built into the very rock. And a voice echoes from one of them. Mother! Mother! Yes, Nyla. Nyla's mother replies. Mother, a tribute, please. A copper, anything. You had one yesterday, Nyla. Another, please. Please, I promise. This will be the last this week. Fine, but be back soon. Your father will be home soon. Nyla is a young drow, no more than 6 years old. She playfully skips from her home, moving across the scaffold that holds up the dizzying walkways that hang above this horrifying drop into the darkness. Clutching a copper piece in her hand, she looks into it. Nyla has always been fascinated with the innate ability that the Drow have, the fairy fire. All of her friends can do it already, but so far she's not been able to. And she sits with her legs dangling over the edge of this scaffold, concentrating as hard as she can on this simple copper piece. She thinks harder and harder and harder, and then eventually, caught by surprise, the copper piece begins to glow. Nyla has, for the first time, lit something with this power of the Drow. And beaming, her young, innocent face lit up, illuminated by the light she's created. She gets to her feet, and she holds her closed fist over the edge. And she says, "May it light. May it light." And then she lets go. We follow the copper piece that emanates this bright light, beaming as it falls into the darkness. And it disappears into the depths. Nyla grins, satisfied and hopeful. She waits for a moment, but like always, nothing happens. She goes to turn, and then something catches her eye. A small, gleaming green light beams from beneath the waves. Nyla looks down. Her eyes widen as far as they can go in surprise. She knows the stories. She knows why the Drow light tributes and send them down into the depths in the hope that the deep lantern will light and the Drow's ancestors will finally send them a message. This eerie green light beams brighter and brighter. And suddenly, all of the Drow walking about their day-to-day business on these scaffolds and ramparts of this vast stalactite, they stop and they look down. This green light is now blazing, illuminating the entirety of this cavern, the water glittering like liquid emerald. And then Nyla sees it, silhouetted against this brilliant green light. The silhouette of countless trunk-sized tentacles rising up from the darkness, lashing back, and we are back in the cathedral. The Lorekeepers are standing, facing the Gloom Mother, who has risen from the pit. Azrax, at your side, a gold light beams from your pack. You hear Grim's voice. Run! A beam of golden light shoots across the cathedral, illuminating what appears to be a vast set of double doors as the Gloom Mother explodes at you with a violent force, hoping it would seem to crush you. Gentlemen, roll initiative.
Explodes at us. Okay. Could be better, could be worse.
The spider lurches forward. This thing is colossal. Its shadow covers the entirety of this dusty, sinister cathedral. The grates beneath your feet still trickle with the flow of blood. However, all of you are able to act quick enough to move out of the way, beginning with Azarax. Something tells you, perhaps it's an innate kind of understanding of spiders, you don't know, but you understand what is going to happen a moment before it does, and you're able to act first. This beaming golden light illuminating what seems like the only escape.
Hearing the words of the grimoire and seeing this beam of golden light, instinctively, Azarax's eyes turn to Marius, and seeing him spring to attention, like an ancient drow abacus, Azarax's mind starts flashing the Gloom Mother, the avatar of the Spider Queen, and in an instant, with a wave of his wand, in front of him, in the air between the Gloom Mother and us, appears a mask wrought of silver, a pair of emerald eyes shining. It is bat-like. This is the mask of Veroon, the ancient drow god of males and known enemy of the Spider Queen. With that, wordlessly, he darts across the passage, following the light.
And as you're sprinting, I ask, Taxes, are you following? Or are you intending to do something different as this colossal, nightmarish creature bears down upon you all?
Taxes wants to run. He feels that same presence, like, of that large creature. And as much as he wants to fight, as much as he's got that ambition to kill, he knows that there's a smart way to beat this and a dumb way to beat this. And he starts to sort of bark out orders and run. I'll cover our tracks. And he turns around as this giant creature is heading toward them. And you just see him get on his haunches, dig into the ground for a moment. And I'm going to use my breath weapon to not attack the creature, but create like a wall of fire and sort of a barrier around us, if possible, if you'll allow that.
Yes, absolutely. I will. What is the save of your breath weapon?
So it would be a DC 13.
Okay.
Yeah. And it does 5 by 30. It's a 5 by 30 line.
So your fire breath basically shoots in a jet directly in front of the spider. This wall of flames between you and this nightmare that is bearing down upon you. And it's almost like it was going to take a lunge for you, but as spiders often do, are able to sort of reflexively move in a different direction almost instantly. But it is stopped from pursuing you immediately. You were successful. Taxes. Excellent job. Are you also going to be making your way towards the door?
And then at that point, yeah, I am going to take the moment to disengage and start running towards the door, following behind, just kind of keeping that barrier and then run. Yep.
Perfect. And as this jet of fire explodes, Marius, you see the thing of your deepest nightmares illuminated by this orange-red flame. However, you are still under the influence of the courageous magical ability that you cast before coming into this place, courage. What is it you would like to do in this moment of desperate... it's a desperate moment, that's all I can say.
So Marius understands tactically that he's the run, and so he is going to do that. But first, he stands there for a second, just 1 second, and stands in the face of it to try and face his nightmare and overcome it. So he just stands there as it moves towards him, and even with the magical courage, still there's like this impetus for him to just get the hell out of there real quick. And he's got his shield up and he's got his hammer and he's holding it. And when he thinks he's done enough for his mind and faced the fear, he turns and legs it.
And you notice something peculiar. As you are facing your fear, you feel a strange energy move through you, and a silver light begins to emanate from your hammer. As you are running, we now move to Card. How are you reacting to the situation?
Card understands the way the world works, and he understands that every living thing, from the beetle to the spider to the drow to the dragon, all exist in a world in which most of the time death means to be eaten by something more powerful than you. And so he understands that to become that more powerful creature, you must set traps. And so he always expects traps. So when the explosion happens, it's not surprising as much as it is jolting. It's actually far more surprising when he sees the massive wall of flame begin to erupt out of Tax's gullet. But he stands there with Marius for a moment, just a little bit behind him. He sees that Marius stands tall against this creature, and in the light coming from behind us, you see the shadow of Marius over the spider for a brief moment until the fires die down. And then Card will, when he falls back alongside Marius. As Marius pulls back, he will pull back as well.
I've just given you inspiration, so I'm not going to give you another one, but that was really cool. But it's really, really awesome. That was amazing. Yes, the shadow of Marius almost matches the height of the spider, defiant in the face of fear. And Khan, just to reiterate, this beast, I mean, you remember the Hydra of the Starving Pit, the one that you faced yourself, the replica in the Methanium, and this thing is roughly double the size of that. So you are content in the wisdom to run, as you all do. You all scarper across the cathedral. You are seeing all of these strange metallic grates on the floor with these almost rivers of blood pouring beneath you. Azarax reaches these doors first. They are slightly ajar. You aren't hampered in any way getting inside. You all explode into what appears to be a holding hall. It is like an entryway, and there is another set of double doors in front of you. And on the ground, covered by dust, there is another massive bronze seal with those strange canal-like carvings that run in swirling and archaic patterns. through this thing. Let's see, Card is the last person to get through the door. I would like you, Card, to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Got it. All right. That would be a total of 20. Not natural.
As you are the last, I'm going to say you dive through this door. You have to dive through this door because the massive weight of this terrifying arachnid slams into the wall, and the two pincers, this maw of a mouth, basically follows you in as much as it can through the door, and it snaps, and you just tell me how you dive, how you get out of the way of it.
Exactly as you described. It's a moment that where instead of a finish, it's a start, where he gets to live, and he pulls his legs away from the pincers and grunts in a few non-fashionable ways because he's becoming older. But he scrambles along the floor, surprised, shocked look on his face, and as he quickly gets back up to his feet. But it should be noted that when you said I say you dive, I heard die. I heard you say dive. I was like, wow.
Yes, die. You die, mate. You're out.
Oh, you said that 20 was unnatural? Oh, you die. Sorry.
Oh, dear. That would be a finish. No, so, yeah, that's amazing. And you sort of stagger to your feet, and this thing, it clearly isn't the kind of creature that will give up easily. All of you look on horrified as the Gloom Mother is scratching at the doorway, and you horrified look and see that the rocks that are blocking this thing from coming through shudder. And it begins raking its massive arachnid legs on the sides of the door and the wall, burrowing. You are in a confined area with what appears to be only one way out. What do you do? Azarax.
I imagine that there's this just ungodly noise of this huge behemoth of a creature, these mandibles trying to reach in and destroy us. And I imagine that if anyone was to glance over, Azarax would be pushed up against the double doors. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a set of double doors, and below them there's a seal like the one at the beginning of the cathedral where we first came in?
Yes, but this one is much larger. This one basically fills the circumference of the room, and it's you know, I don't need to ask you to make a roll. You know that this thing requires, all of these things have reacted to blood.
That's right, and drow blood in specific, right?
Well, you don't know. I mean, it has been said that the Drow take particular pride in the shedding of their blood for a cause or for an idea. You don't know whether that would extend to other people and other species, but is there anything that you would like to do? I mean, we're kind of in loosey-goosey initiative right now, so it's up to you guys, really. If you want to collaborate with what you want to do right now, it's up to you.
So as this is going on, I imagine that the visor of Veritor seems to narrow for a moment. We see Azarax's vision zoom in on the mandibles of this creature. Click, it zooms over to his companions. Click, 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 it zooms over to the door, down to the seal below us. Dink, it zooms way in on his wrist. He can almost see his blood pumping. His adrenaline is going like crazy. And we see the tip of his steel wand, it's sharp as hell, stick into his wrist and drive down as thick, dark blood drips from it, much more than the pinprick at the first, as he begins to bleed himself. And I imagine that he's just standing there, freaked out as hell, as blood drips down. His own blood drips at his feet.
That's amazing. And if you don't mind, Licorice, if you could roll a d4 for me, and that, I'm afraid, is the damage you take, because if you're slamming this thing into you.
In the midst of the massive noise, you'd hear Card saying, What in the hell?
It stings like a son of a bitch. I rolled a 4.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I would like you all to make a perception check. Okay. Those of you that roll. Okay, so first of all of you hear this. The Gloom Mother that is feverishly scratching at the wall and the doorway stops, and it sort of like lightning for a second skitters back for by about like a meter or so, and you can see bulbous, purely black eyes, just like an alien, just gazing in at you, and then you hear this noise. And then, Chad, taxes, your senses are a bit more finely tuned in this situation. You hear nothing for a moment, but then you hear the pitter-patter of feet. Lots of feet. But not insect or arachnid feet. Bipedal. All of a sudden, exploding through the door beneath the Gloom Mother's legs are an uncountable amount of those gaunt, pale figures that were bleeding themselves dry into these canals, these bioluminescent tattoos around their face, and they slam into your ranks. We're going to the top of initiative again, okay? Azarax.
Blood pooling at his feet. I imagine he had been looking down until he heard that sound, that strange, strange sound. He looks up. These gaunt figures, worshippers of the old ways, but something dark and twisted, beyond imagine. For a moment, he pauses, and then again, perhaps through the visor of Veritor spiriting him on, his vision shoots forward, and we see the wand slash to the side, a dagger-like motion. A pinprick of blue light cuts across reality as it opens like a wound. We see, I'm sorry to do this to you, Lord, we see very small arachnid, glowing spider forms shoot out. They jump, they crisscross through the air as if spiders jumping off along water, like those water insects. And in a flash, their ranks are filled with sticky strands of web. As I cast web.
Oh my god! So, what do they all need to do? Just so you know, this is just a horde.
Well, so the idea, what he's trying to do is cast it in the doorway to keep them from being able to come in. So the web spell says it fills a 20-foot cube, and if it's in a room or like between stuff, it'll clog it up like that. So that's what I'm trying to do, is block the doorway so these motherfuckers can't get in. Anyone in the area of effect needs to make a DC 16 dexterity saving throw.
Okay, let's see. So, yeah, you absolutely are able to basically plug the door with this web, but I'm going to say, okay, 2 of them, of these vile, ghastly, desiccated-looking drow, holding serrated blades, manage to sort of duck under the web as it is filling the doorway. The rest are stopped, and you hear the from the vast spider outside. And they are basically still moving towards you. Taxes, it is your turn. 2 of these vile things have got inside.
And he just taxes. Rex, keep that door covered. And he just starts to snarl, and he gets into like this predatory mode. And I imagine there's like sort of this standoff for a moment between these 2 gaunt drow as they like lunge forward towards him, zombie-like. And he flicks his scimitars out on both sides, just, and it's like this crisscross battle of blades as they're just shambling forward trying to stab him. I'm going to attempt to attack one and then hit the other one. All right. So, yeah, that'll be enough. So 17 plus 8. Yeah, 20.
Yeah, first one connects.
First one connects, okay. And I'll roll for the second one too while I'm at it. And then 8, 12 for the second
Was
one.
that, sorry,
So
that's
12 for the second one.
unfortunately. Oh no, I apologize. It hits. It does hit.
It hits. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to just roll for damage. What's the damage for the scimitar? Like 1d, is it 1d?
I believe scimitars are d6, yeah. And remember, you get +1 to attack and damage with those.
So a total of 11 damage for the both of them, because I rolled a 6 for one and then another, like, whatever, 5 for the other. Yeah.
So, ooh, right, okay. So tell me how you cut down one of them and severely injure the other.
All right, so I imagine, like I said, it's this like crisscross of blades. Your might! And he just sort of stabs one in the neck, and then it's like this spin around, grabbing. He flicks the scimitar in the air, and then swings it around his back, and stabs the other one like right in the gut. Not quite in the neck, but right in the gut, just backwards. As he's like totally focused on just windmilling around this place to take out anything that comes through.
Yeah, I like to think that the last strike you make, you've ducked beneath their attack, and the scimitar drives up into his chest. And as it does, Marius, one of these is still inside the room with you.
Yeah, Marius looks at the situation that there is a colossal spider monster and a horde of enemies approaching, and he looks at his companions and thinks, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we not running? And he just doesn't understand, and he calls out to them, run! But nonetheless, trying to make sure that the poor little squishy wizard can make it away, he takes a step forward, crunching spiders underneath him as he goes. Are there any columns holding the roof up in this room?
So, no, it is actually basically a circular room, sheer walls, double doors to your back, which are closed, and the seal on the floor, and obviously the way into the main part of the cathedral is now covered in web. And obviously this is one desiccated being that's still impaled on the edge of Taxus's blade.
Okay. Well, seeing that there's a threat in the room, I'll walk forward and I will try and smash it to pieces with forgiveness. So the first one is a 12, and the second is 22.
Tell me how you kill this thing, because it doesn't have enough health. Health, rather.
Yeah, so he walks forward and he, again, even though he has this spell on him, making him immune to the fear, he still is like recoiling with disgust and fear as he like crunches over these thousands of spiders that Azarex has summoned towards this thing, and it's like just shambling and slow, and so he's able to line up a pretty solid shot, and once he gets within range, he just takes a big golf swing, separates the head from the shoulders, and he turns and he says, run! And he will run towards the door.
And as you take that golf swing, you feel another thrum of energy almost move through you and into the hammer, and you just see another sort of flash of light sort of escape the carvings in your hammer. The witch hunter symbol glows as if light are behind those skull eyes, and you rush to the door. I'll say that you can try the door as well, Marius.
Sure, absolutely. Athletics or?
I will say this thing doesn't shift.
Okay. Okay. Then I will just be standing there. I'll put the hammer back in the loop and just like pushing with both hands. And I will call for Taxes and Card to get over here.
And it is now Card's turn.
He sees that Azarax has bought us some time a little bit. Is anybody close to harming Azarax? Is that a risk at all? Because if not, well, that's where Card would look first.
So you're looking at this web, and you can see that a few of them, when Azarax managed to fire the spell, a few of them were already in the doorway, and you can see these clammy, grasping hands sort of just reaching through the webbing. For the moment, it doesn't appear like Azarax is threatened as much as the rest of you are threatened, I guess. You have time.
Okay, all right. But you said there were arms reaching through towards Azarax through the web. Okay, cool. All right, well, that's okay. So Card is going, he looks to Azarax. He looks to the hands reaching. He looks to their tattoos. He looks to Marius. He looks to the door. He looks to Azarax. He looks to Marius. He looks to the door. He looks to Azarax, and he goes right in front of Azarax, and he brings his greatsword down on the multiple arms that are reaching out at the web to just amputate as many as he possibly can. Yeah.
Perfect. And make your attack with advantage because they are currently restrained.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, then that gave me a total of 21.
I'm going to say, screw it. You cut through like 4 arms.
Awesome.
You'd have to roll damage, like just because it's cool. Like they're reaching forth, it just bam. Your great sword now with this black heart at its center, basically just scythes through them, and you can hear kind of horrendous, ghoulish-like noises almost erupting from these things. Although they don't appear to be undead. That's the really scary thing about it. These things are still alive.
Gotcha.
There is another, and the wall just shudders, and you see a massive spidery leg just tear the webbing away from the wall. Unfortunately, spiders do have this thing where they can just move web around whatever they like. So, this thing just gets ripped away like a curtain almost, and the wall shudders again, and this horde pours into the room on top of the seal against all of you. So the first are going to make an attack at Azarax. Oh my goodness me, that is a critical fail. So this is one of them that's missing an arm. So basically just makes a desperate manic lunge at you, but just falls at your feet. The next one goes to Taxes, which with an arm class is 17, am I right? Then it is 17, isn't it? That connects. A serrated blade slices through the air, and you raise your scimitar, but not quick enough. As this thing does 4 points of slashing damage to you, just across the arm there, just catches you. Another one explodes into the room. And Marius, you're pushing at this door, and this thing launches at you from behind. You said you put your stuff away, so is it 16?
Yeah, I put my hammer away. I don't think I could push with the shield, so it would be 16.
Okay. Tell me how you defend against this thing anyway.
So I don't, but I have incredibly heavy armor on. I'm just pushing against this wall, and I just feel this like dull sort of thud as it like smashes into the back plate of the armor. But it saved me from worse.
Absolutely. And finally, another one is basically pours into the room, and this one catches your eye card. It's one arm on the ground. This thing isn't happy, and without it just lunges with this blade pointed at your neck. Tell me how you parry, dodge, whatever.
He ducks, and this what is the pointy thing? What is that exactly?
He has a serrated dagger, or
serrate. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. So Card will duck down, and that will go into the head of some other vile enemy in the area. Is how he would get out of that situation.
That's awesome. And as they're pouring into the room, they're moving on top of this seal, and they are engaging you in really up close combat. I want you to imagine, as you're describing how you're fighting, this is the dirtiest fight you've ever been in your entire life. This is backs to the wall, just all or nothing. With that in mind, I've got to make a check, as the Gloom Mother is going to try something. There is almost like a silence and then a boom as part of the wall sort of crumbles above the doorway. It is now Azarax's turn.
So as this dirty ass fight ensues, these desiccated enemies are falling at our feet. Are they bleeding? Or are they completely devoid of blood?
They are bleeding. Profusely, but it's almost like this ichor. However, it does appear to be filling into these canal-like gaps. However, horrifyingly, it might take a fair bit of blood. This thing is really big, so.
So that's exactly what'll happen. I imagine that Marius is pushing at this thing with all his might. Azarax knows how strong Marius is, and I think that it clicks for him that there's no way we're going to get through those doors without filling the seal. So I imagine that ducks underneath Marius's arms, and you see his face there, and he says, "We have to fill the seal. We have to fill the seal." And with that, we see Azarax spin around. He switches his wand to ice pick grip and attempts to stab one of these motherfuckers in the jugular vein.
Amazing.
So that's an 18 to hit.
Connects.
So now I'm guessing, Azarax has never stabbed a motherfucker before, but I'm guessing that these are threatened by one of my allies. Since I have a level in rogue, do I get a sneak attack damage on that?
Of course you do.
Hell yeah. That's going to do 8 points of damage.
That's fantastic. And I'd like you to take a point of inspiration, because I've known for a little while that your wand could double as a shiv, but I've owed you that inspiration for a while. So take that. That's amazing. And tell me how you kill this thing. It basically is mid-air jumping at you as you strike.
Azarax is not so concerned with killing this thing as he is generating as much blood as possible. And while he's not trained in medicine, he's a very intelligent person. And I'm sure when you study wizardry, you have to know something about anatomy. So I imagine that he ducks underneath, and it's one of the ones with no arms. I imagine that we see him sort of spin underneath, grab it by the jaw, and just prison shiv style, just stab over and over into the thing's jugular until it's pouring blood.
That's amazing, and it's convulsing as you sort of locked it down, and just nail it again and again and again with your wand/shiv. Amazing stuff. More of these things are just pouring in. Taxes, it is your turn, and you kind of click what Azarax is doing, and you obviously said what he was going to do as well. So.
Yeah, so not to be outdone in the bloodshed, because hey, now it's a party. Taxis sort of sees this, and a it's almost like a weird grin comes over his face, like, all right, cool. Now we can hunt. And he just sort of lashes out, I think, at the nearest creature with his tail. You see it like spin around, probably knocking 2 or 3 of these horde backwards, grabs one by the neck with his tail and brings it in. And by doing that, I'm going to be using a ensnaring strike. I'm going to use that as a magic attack, but I'm using ensnaring strike. So you just see him with his scimitars ready, fling his tail outward, wrap it around the neck of one of these things, and then just stabbing it like a pincushion as he brings it forward. Just
do it. That's amazing.
So he needs to make a strength check for me in order for me not to ensnare it.
What's he got to make? What strength check?
So my DC, I'm pretty sure my DC is 13. Yeah.
He has failed, so you got him.
Okay, cool. So basically, you see it. He kind of knocks back 2 or 3 and grabs hold of one of these weak ones that just doesn't have enough strength. Grabs it, almost pops the head off because you can see the. And he just sort of. And just nothing but blood pours from this thing until he feels like it's exhausted. And then I want to throw it back into the horde. Just like end it and chuck it backwards.
That's amazing. What damage did you do, just so I can make a note of it?
Oh, yeah. So it's a 1d6 attack in range, so that'll fit with my other attacks. Yeah, so plus. So that would be with my, about 7. Or no, do I just do flat 1d6 because it's a spell?
I probably get with your, I'll say with your attack modifier as well, so put your dex on it, why not?
Okay, yeah.
That's really cool what you said, so why not?
Okay, so that would be a 9 total then if I'm just using my modifier.
Yeah.
+4.
Amazing. And this thing, you're just slicing it to bits whilst you lock it down with its tail, and I'm going to say, its head does come off. And it slumps down, blood pooling out into this seal. Marius Hexenheim.
Yeah, Azrax is boss. He knows what he's doing. And so I stop pushing on the door. I pick up the shield, the book cover inlaid with steel, and I pull out Forgiveness. And I turn, and I'm basically going to be trying to be standing as close to Azrax as possible, ensuring that there's only ever one of these creatures on him and the rest are fighting me. I lift the hammer up, and there's a crackle of electricity as I cast Thunderous Smite, and I'm going to smash whatever is in front of me with it. Hopefully.
And Lloyd, we'll make your attack. Yeah, first.
It's a 16 plus 6.
That connects. However, something happens. As you go to use your usual smite, did you say Thunderous Smite?
Thunderous, yeah.
So, you raise your blade, and that same energy, that same power fills you and your hammer. And as you swing it down, something happens. Your mind goes back to the very beginning of this adventure, when you tried to detect whether Grim was good or evil. And a door once open can be stepped through either way, and you had sensed it. You had sensed the telling. You had a similar feeling in the Methanium. Now this feeling is incredibly apparent to you. It fills your entire body as you activate your weapon and a Lorekeeper ability that you will have from here on in. This, for want of a better word, I've decided to call Wrath of the Witch Hunter, where once a day, your smite dice goes from a D8 to a D10. To a maximum of 5 D10. So that's the top anyway. And this one's for free because it's activated. So you will be able to use this again today if you wish.
Oh my
With
goodness.
that being said, roll it up.
Oh boy. Okay, give me a second.
I'll send you it in a bit.
Okay. Ooh, baby. So it's going to be 21 from that first attack. It also has to make a strength save or be knocked 10 feet back. So I kind of picture it like that incredible scene at the start of Fellowship of the Ring where Sauron is just swinging that mace and there are things going flying. All the things in front, he just takes a swing and unexpected to Marius, they go flying. And he's not really sure what happened. But nonetheless, there's almost a gap where like a rank has been thinned and he rushes forward into the next rank.
And this burst of energy, it's like it's a geyser that has been blocked for centuries, and all of a sudden, bang, this just immense power. And because it's the first time, I'm going to ask you to roll me a d10 and tell me the number.
It's 10.
So 10 of these things just lift into the air from the impact of your new ability / weapon ability activating, and they all soar into the air, hit the wall, and basically explode in an explosion of organic material, I guess is the best way to describe it, and blood goes everywhere. Great stuff. Card, it is your turn.
Card has no idea how anyone else is doing. The sounds have become noises. The smells have become stenches. Everything is mixing together in a way that can only spell battle. But Card, in survival mode now, knows that just recently he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the serrated blade, which killed one of his enemies behind him. But this living thing, what do you call these? I want to call it a cultist, maybe?
Yeah, they are members of the Creed, the Spinner's Creed. So,
all right, with arms wide open. All right, all right. I really smashed him in the face now. I was mad before. Now I'm really mad. No, okay. Anyway, so he sees this cultist in front of him, and he's going to pull the hidden scimitar out of his belt and attempt to jab it upwards into this cultist's chest. That is a 20. That is a natural 20 on the dice.
Amazing. Yes. Roll it up.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to be really happy to do that too. Okay, that is a, what do I have to add? +4. That is a 14 total.
Amazing. Do you get 2 attacks now? Level 5? I think you do, don't you?
So I get, well, it depends. Yes, I do. Well, yes, I do get an extra attack. And I also, if I fell somebody, I get an extra attack as well.
Oh, well, then you're getting one anyway, because this first one goes down. So continue as you wish.
Can I take my second as well for narrative reasons?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, great. All right. So you actually, Card brings up his fist into this creature, into this being. And you see white snow, snowy fields for a moment with a campfire. And you see a pig get slammed down next to the campfire, and it cuts to this cultist getting slammed down on the ground. And you see the scimitar get raised up, and then you see the scimitar with white snowy fields in the background come down upon the pig, and it comes down on the cultist, who's now dismembered in two. And Card looks up, and he sees this deer with these beautiful doe eyes in front of him, forest background, but he sees this cultist, and he takes the hatchet off of his belt and he throws it, and it smacks the deer right in the head, right in between the antlers, just as it hits the cultist. In that same way, as he looks down at the gore that he has created, Card realizes that the only true way to get out of here, or to survive here, is to get out of here. An explosion erupts through the room, a thunderous explosion, and he sees just 10 of these creatures fly against the wall. And he looks to Marius, and he begins maneuvering towards his companion to try to pursue the success of getting out of this place.
Oh my god. And I think for those of you watching, like, Card is just cutting through these things, but it's almost like an illusion, a strange effect where you're seeing a pool of light maybe shining on Card, dust falling around him as if it were snow, and then you hear another and the wall ruptures again. This time, a massive fracture cuts like through the middle of the doorway, and a huge piece of rock just falls freely from the wall. I'm going to roll a die. Taxes, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw as a huge chunk of this wall clatters from above.
Oh no. Oh no. And so dexterity saving throw 15.
You just managed to dive out of the way as this massive shard of rock just explodes on the ground. Now, more of these things, I'm afraid, are pouring in, and they all are going to do their best to attack you. This time, we're going to go around the other way. So, Card is almost in this trance of hunting every animal in the forest, and like the wilderness, it is ferocious and vengeful, and it's going to strike back. What is your AC? Sorry, I can't see on the thing.
Is it on the thing?
No, it's not. I just realized.
Oh,
some of them have it. Sorry,
no, that's
worry.
weird. I was like, no, my armor class is
it's cool.
97. 17.
97.
The number that you have to beat to hit me.
What does it look like when this thing slices into you for 5 points of damage?
You see a fish that is slammed down on the trunk of a tree, and you see a knife slice through its guts. And you see, as Card looks down at this laceration up his chest, he looks, it's not deep. He can deal with it, but it's absolutely noticeable, right in the weak spot.
Fantastic. Taxes, you have heaved yourself out of the way of this shard of rock that explodes behind you as your tail flicks away in that way that it does. And this member of the Spinner's Creed basically just takes a vicious swipe at you with this dagger, but you're able to parry with your scimitar. Another one swings all its weight against Azarax. And your AC is 13, if I'm correct.
My AC is 15. I picked up some armor in the.
You did, didn't you? Yes.
Yeah,
in
so
that case, that armor saves your life. Tell me how it does so.
I imagine that Azarax he's come a long way from being just a bookworm to being in the thick of battle, covered in the gore of subterranean cultists. And I imagine that he probably has, for the first time, conquered his fear of battle. I imagine he's ducking to the left and to the right, taking little stabs at these things that aren't doing much damage. But I imagine that, in this crazy fight that's going on, and I imagine that he turns and he sees this serrated blade. I imagine maybe even it tinks off the visor of Veritor and cuts down deep across his chest. He looks down expecting to be wounded, but somehow the armor staved off the blow.
Great stuff. And finally, one of these wild things basically jumps off one of the ones that are already dead, bleeding out into the steel with an almost aerial attack down Marius. Is your shield up now? I'm guessing it is because you took your hammer, didn't you? Yeah. And you are able to easily deflect that attack. It doesn't deserve a description. And we are back to the top of the round, and it seems like you're making headway through these creatures. And the seal appears to be filling, but you still need a bit more, it seems. It's really hard to estimate like how much you're going to need for this. We're back to the top. Azarax.
I imagine that it's like a rude awakening, seeing this slice come down across his chest. He looks up, he looks around for a moment, getting his bearings. He sees there is an unending horde of these things coming to us. And he gets that feeling, that overwhelming feeling of we are not going to make it. Even though his allies are seasoned warriors, we are not going to make it. There's too many of them. He looks around for something to do, and he looks up and he sees again the walls are crumbling. And in a flash, I imagine that we flash back to the Mythanium for just a minute in our downtime as he's going through various old spell books, old dusty tomes. There's a very quick montage where we see he's leaning on a lectern, learning this, scribing it into his spell book. And in a moment, with but a word, his form shimmers for a moment, and he is gone, only to appear up in the flying buttresses of this cathedral. There's a huge piece of the wall that's been knocked off, and he pushes with all of his might as I cast Misty Step to launch myself up there, and he's gonna try to push a big-ass motherfucking boulder on these sons of bitches.
Make a strength check with advantage, because that's fucking cool.
Well, so that was a 17, which will make it a 16.
Sorry, I laughed so hard I missed the mute button. But that is enough. This thing, you talk, and you're up there, and you just shift as hard as you can, and it's almost as if this was coordinated with the Gloom Mother striking against the wall again, this furious beast trying anything it can to get to you. And this massive chunk of rock just comes loose and falls dead into the center of the room. Taxes, I reckon, because you're next. You see just a whole bunch more of these vile beings just dash forward. Lorekeepers, I would like you to roll a d10 for me, please, and tell me the number.
That was a 4.
4 of them explode beneath this boulder as it smashes on top of them in front of you. Taxes. Excellent stuff, Lorekeepers. Chad, it is your turn.
Seeing the carnage. Now, Taxes sees this, and like he is just playing cleanup crew at this point. And then he remembers something. The flashbangs, the Lux bombs we had just created. And it kind of clicks in his head. These are underdwellers. These are light like this is definitely going to do something. I don't know what it's going to do, but I know it's going to do something. So you see him look up to Lorekeepers. Get down and cover your eyes, boy. And you see him just yank off, I imagine, just yank out one of these Lux bombs. And I don't know how you want me to describe it, or how, I haven't figured out how it works yet. I imagine I could just throw it and it'll explode in the middle of the room.
I've already done the work for you, Chad, my boy. So
okay.
In that case, just make me a ranged attack.
Okay. Okay. So ranged attack plus my attack bonus then, or the
Yep,
dex
it's your
bonus?
dex. Yep.
Dex. Okay. So 16 to hit.
Perfect. You throw this Lux bomb, and it was in one of your jars that you carry with you for gathering stuff in the wild and stuff like that. And the way you described it last session gave me the idea that it's almost like this small amount of flame sort of burns in the center of the fungus that is inside. And when this fermentation is exposed to the air, it then erupts, and it does exactly that. As they are forced to make a Constitution saving throw, they have to beat 14. They do not. So the ones that were in front of you, there is a blast of light. Fortunately, this does not affect Azrax because his visor Veritor. However, you're quite right. These are underdwellers, and they have sensitivity to such things. They now have disadvantage on their next attacks, and you all have advantage against them for the rest of this round, essentially. Good job, man.
So I think I have an extra attack as a part of being. So would that count, or do you?
I will let you make just one attack with your scimitar. Yes,
just one attack. Okay, so he gets this moment where it just covers the field. There's this big blast, and then he just dives in while they're blinded, and just goes to its.
Make your attack with advantage.
Okay. Yep, I got it. I rolled a 17, so should be
perfect. Roll your damage.
Good. All right. Not that good. That'll be 2. Just a 2. Not much.
Plus your dex.
Plus dex 6 then. Yeah. It'll be 6.
And you slice through one more as it sort of dizzyingly is like completely stunned by this flashbang that has erupted in the center of this room. Marius, you are seeing that these are actually starting to thin out. You are at basically the apex of the battle, it seems. But there are still obviously a few more to contend with. What do you do?
I stand where I am, and I'm making sure that Azrax is still behind me, which is the main imperative here. I look for a clump or a group of them that I can lay into, and I'm sure that I can find some. I lift the hammer again to cast another thunderous smite. And they have advantage, don't they?
You have advantage against them.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, that's a hit for sure. So yeah, again, and then every time he strikes with this thunderous strike, there's this massive rumble of thunder that like shakes through the room and echoes. And 16 damage, and again a strength save, or they go flying, or one of them goes flying.
The very few that are in front of you are basically disintegrated to the point they can't make a strength saving throw. So what remains of them flies across the room. However, I'm going to say one of them is still going.
Luckily, I have a second attack.
You do.
That would be a 14.
Connects.
Okay. This one is not a smite or anything. It'll be 7 points of damage.
Amazing. That's incredible. And you just finished this one off. Card. One of these things is still moving on the floor. And it's just helplessly trying to reach up at you with its dagger ineffectually.
Card is going to look down at the laceration that this thing caused on him, look down at this thing, and he's going to reach down and going past the blade. The blade is dropped. It's moved away. This is I'm assuming if he's so helpless. And Card is going to pick this person up and look right into this person's face. Who is this person that Card can make out right face to face? This
a drow. Well, he basically is wearing rags, desiccated, but a drow. You see those tattoos of those eyes around the entirety of the face, gleaming, and that bluish light sort of reflects in your eyes as you're looking at this pathetic remnant of what used to be a person.
There's a small sting in Card's laceration, and he will take this creature. And he'll look into this creature's eyes, this drow's eyes, and he feels and hears the sound of static in the air. And he looks at the drow, and the drow feels it too. After a small knowing nod, Card takes the drow and adds one more kill to Marius's thunderous strike as he tosses the drow into the blast. This drow is basically snapped in half and bent over backwards almost immediately, and probably dissipates into a pile of righteous dust.
Yeah, it's like a paste. And
I'm sorry, do you want me to roll a dice? Sorry.
No, I don't want you to roll a dice. And what remains of this horde is now sort of littered around the seal, and the last bit of their blood sort of seeps into the seal. There is another boom as the Gloom Mother smashes another part of the wall away, and you can see her almost fully. This macabre shadow doing everything it can to get to you. And then Azarax, a horrifying feeling racks your stomach. You see this seal is full of blood, but not full enough, with no more enemies to feed to it. There is another boom as another bit of rock clatters and smashes onto the ground.
You hear, everyone would hear the dull thud of Azarax jumping down from the rafters onto this pile of bodies. He tucks his wand underneath his armpit. He turns his attention to his allies. He looks at Marius, nods. There's a glint of light, the curved, jagged dagger in his right hand as he slashes down and cuts off his left hand. There's another dull thud as his hand falls on the pile of bodies. He drops to his knees, drow blood cascading, fountaining across these other bodies. His right hand goes down to steady himself. Woozy, about to pass out.
And as you are sinking to your knees, your hand falling from your wrist, it's almost splayed onto the very middle of the seal, blood pouring from your wrist. And you're sort of steadying yourself, looking, and you see as you're closer now that the seal has very small, ornate carvings sort of all around it. And the only phrase you can make out as you're sort of blacking out almost, the only phrase you can make out in an old archaic language says torture of the sun. And this idea hangs in your mind for a moment as blood leaks from you. I imagine your companions staring horrified And then there is a noise, and the doors slowly swing open. And as they do, there is a blinding flash of light. You have all been in the Underdark for a long time. There is just a blast of light that erupts from the doorway. Squinting, maybe one of you are able to put your hand over to shield your eyes enough to see that there is some kind of lens positioned at in front of this door on the other side. And a shaft of light is reflecting from it and beaming through the room. This beam of light hits the Gloom Mother, and it gives the most horrendous, horrifying shriek. It curdles in the air, and this vast arachnid nightmare lurches up, and it all of a sudden is gone. Into the darkness. Just a beam of light now pouring from where you are through the cathedral. And Azarax, you slump onto the ground and fall onto the seal. And it is there we're going to say hello. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you watching and to those of you watching after the fact. Welcome to Performance Check. My name is Rob, and this is The Lorekeepers, Chapter 6, The Deep Lantern. And I didn't think that was going to happen, I've got to be honest. But that was absolutely incredible. I would like to take this short moment for my wonderful players to introduce themselves. And I think we've got to start with Locrius.
I think that everybody can agree. What the fuck am I thinking?
Dude,
You need that.
you're
No, my name
dedicated,
is
man.
Lorekeepers. I love this game. It's like it's a very like every session is really epic, and I feel like yeah, I don't know what just happened, but I liked it. I feel like I feel like it's good for the story, and I love playing with these guys. I make monster videos and shit. It's fun, and Lorekeepers for life, man. I fucking love playing with you guys. It's awesome.
Amazing, man. Such commitment. Amazing stuff. Lloyd.
Rob, that was great. I enjoyed that a lot. I got to get an ability called Wrath of the Witch Hunter, which is just my Christmas present for every
that
year.
ability-
Basically. Yeah.
That ability could like tie your shoes automatically, no problem, and you'd still be happy to have it because it's called Wrath of the Witch Hunter.
Fuck yes, I would.
That goes on the character sheet.
All my dreams realized, which is fantastic. It's really cool to. This is like the first, I guess, weapon that has like changed with my character that I've ever had, which I think is gnarly. This weapon that like the more rad stuff I do with it, the radder it gets, and that's like really satisfying. And it's got like its own story and stuff, which is great. That was a fucking baller battle. It felt really miserable, which is my favorite. It was just real gritty and gnarly. And Barker gave an Isklov style description, which I was very pleased with. Everything was just good. It was very good. I'm your old DM and I run games on YouTube.
Amazing. And yeah, absolutely. I think it's important for the things that we take on our journey to change as we do. So expect probably a bit more of that, guys. Chad.
Okay, after I've like compressed everything and been able to handle all this shit, oh my god. So I love this group. This is like family, and Rob, you kill it every time. I swear there were moments during that battle that I was just like, what? Okay, process. No, but like, thank you so much for doing this. This is just amazing. My name is Chad Nick. You can find me on YouTube. I run games occasionally, and I'm going to be putting out a lot more videos, hopefully here soon, for voiceover stuff, because that's what I'm primarily focused on, as well as you can hit me up at gastrogamer.org, where I do accessibility, gaming reviews, and stuff like that.
Great stuff. And awesome, by the way, blocking the because the Gloom Mother was going to have a cheeky swipe at you as you guys were running for the door, but your breath weapon prevented that. So good stuff. And finally, Parker.
I love that in your mind, what that Gloom Mother did was a cheeky swipe. I love that was a cheeky little swipe there. No. My name is Barker, and the dusty storage unit that I call a YouTube channel is called Be a Better Game Master, and I occasionally run games over there. New stuff over there here pretty soon, though. But I love that we got to have our own little goblins in the cave troll fight, like that. And I like it when the GM stops everything and kind of says, all right, everybody, just for the record, from here on out, you are in the craziest battle you've ever been in. And that's it. I love it when the GM does that, because then all of a sudden, like, that's player material. That's stuff where we're grabbing people and using that in our descriptions and stuff. I dig it. I love Lorekeepers as, was it Chad? Or no, it might have been Locreus who said it's epic every time, but it never feels like it's not as epic as the last time. Like it always just, it feels like our characters are normal adventurers, but we do cool shit, and that's fun.
Absolutely. And in terms of player material, like, I just have to drop something in front of you guys and it just becomes awesome. So in that case, we are going to return to the Cathedral of the Spinner's Creed. I'm going to say, who do you think was closest to Azarax when that happened?
I think it would be Marius, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I kind of feel like it would be a Marius thing.
the healer.
Yeah. The fucking the progenitor of mayhem, the motherfucker who likes to cut off people's limbs and shit.
Yeah. Marius, you see this happen, and I'll say you're able to act first in that case.
This is not uncommon for Marius, as Locreus had just stated. Seeing limbs lopped off was part of his job for a long time. Taking the hands off wizards was a very common way to make sure they couldn't cast spells anymore. And it's something that he has done quite a few times. But you often want to take those wizards prisoner. And so you have to be able to keep them alive. Seeing Azarax do this, he goes into witch hunter mode, and he just like kneels down, grabs the hand, and like takes his hand and like shoves the mail gauntlet onto the wound, and there's like a burning and the stench of flesh as the wound is cauterized with lay on hands. Just and there's like a horrible stench. It's agonizing for Azarax, and Marius is even like, he's kind of glassy eyed as he does it, and holds the hand there.
And as this happens, in the silence, there is the most blood-curdling of screams. The scream of a friend in agony. Terrible. That comes out of Azarax's mouth before he slumps forward unconscious.
And in direct contrast to that blood-curdling scream that echoes throughout this Gothic architecture, there is now a silence. That dust still like snow falling around you all. The Gloom Mother nowhere to be seen. However, there is still that brilliant, radiant light that pours through the room that you are now in. And you can see, squinting behind it, you can see that you're sort of in an entry hall, and there is just a ruin that now leads out into the open Underdark, where this strange mirror basically stands in a solitary position. Azarax would instantly know what this is, but if any of you have history, I will allow a check to be made, but just so you know, it'll be quite difficult, but go ahead if you have it. I don't know if any of you, maybe Marius has history, I don't know.
He doesn't.
Card wouldn't have a clue.
But he's bad at it. It's a 7.
Yeah, you're not sure. You're really not sure what the meaning of this is. But glancing up, you can see that there's this shaft of light that it would seem is reflected on multiple mirrors that are above you as well, as if this light is being bounced down. You imagine from obviously the very surface. A strange sight, but it is also your salvation. What are you guys doing?
We cannot let that thing live, Marius says, and then he like almost wishes he hadn't.
Give me, all of you, apart from Lorekeepers, sadly, give me a perception check.
Dude, I am killing it today, man, which is good because I have rolled very poorly the past 3 games. You roll a 19.
You are the first to react then, Card. As you hear a footstep. And spinning around, you can just see that there's a figure standing beyond the door, but it's hard to make out who or what they are. But there is someone standing there who you know when people are sneaking around, being someone who's hunted in the wilderness, and yeah, there's someone there.
Yeah,
looking into this. So
immediately as he hears the step, he'll swipe around and his great sword scrapes along the floor, and you just see sparks fly upward toward this figure as he sees him. So as the sparks come, floating down, maybe that's when he sees the outline of the person. Shrek, we got company. He mumbles and no one understands what he said.
Yeah, what are the rest of you doing as you whirl around now, alerted to this new presence?
Show yourself! Marius shouts.
You see the figure sort of stop. And then unmistakably silhouetted by sort of the light beaming behind them, you see that their arms are raised, cautiously stepping into the room. And as they do, you see it is a female drow, clad in black leather armor. And as she draws closer, you see there's a shock of white hair, but the sides of her head are shaved bald, tattoos on either side of her face, blue and bioluminescent. And she says, "There, I've shown myself. I'm here to help."
That is what I would say is what I'm standing where you are.
Another step. She draws closer. "I heard why you were sent here. I regret that I wasn't quick enough to warn you." And another step towards you.
That is far enough. I'm getting an echo of you.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Yeah, no, as you hear the blade that still got scraped on the floor that caused the sparks, you hear it kind of singing, and as Maria says, "That's far enough," you hear it clink and stop as it's tapped against the stone, as if a place where Card might draw a line in the proverbial sand.
And yeah, she stops. Am I still echoing?
Hello. Nope.
Cool. Okay. She stops and says, "I understand you have every right to be defensive. This isn't what it seems.
Uh-huh.
Had I got to you in time, I could have warned you that this, and she sort of gestures into the cathedral, this is necessary.
Stop speaking in riddles, girl, and tell me what you mean.
She shoots you like a... It's almost like she holds back an angry retort. She sort of looks down and then looks directly back at you and says, "My name is Tera. I am the leader of the Spinner's Creed."
In what way could this monstrosity, this abomination that you have unleashed from the darkness be necessary?
It is the only way.
The only way to what?
She basically glares at you and says, "To save our people." Please, I will explain everything, but I think, and she looks down at the fallen Azarax, we need to get somewhere more secure.
I look to taxes and card.
I think at that, taxes kind of like a dog kind of curls up and coils into like a protective stance around Azarax for a moment.
Don't you touch him. You understand me? You take one more step, I'll bite that jaw off. Now, you say you can help him?
I can help all of you. You don't have to trust me, just listen to me. We need to be somewhere more secure.
And he for a moment he pauses and he just sniffs, like sniffing the air, just. And then you see his one large arm just sort of scoop Azarax up under and like lift him up onto his shoulder, almost like a potato sack, just up there on his shoulder. And he holds him. And he looks to Marius and he looks to Card.
I'll follow. If you
And he sniffs a little bit more.
think this Drow is worth following.
Card'll wipe the blood from his beard, the blood of Drow, and he will spit, and it lands near Tera's feet, though not incredibly disrespectfully, but just enough for her to be able to see that it's Drow blood that he spat out, and that his sword is held in such a way where it is pointed, so as to say something along the lines of, after you, and I'll be watching you.
She wordlessly takes this as a, okay, for now, we can do this. And she turns and she walks past the mirror that's still beaming this light into the room. And you will follow. And the last thing we see of this particular area, the seal, filled to the brim now with blood. And at its center is Azarax's severed hand. And a creature that has followed you on your journey since the very beginning. The small form of a spider. Azarax's familiar. Walks over the palm and goes deeper into the cathedral. We have a short journey where it's no more than about 10 minutes, I'd say, as you follow a winding path into a small cave network. As you turn a corner, you see a small opening that goes into a rudimentary shelter, it seems. There are a number of beds in this cave. If you walk by it, you would have had a job actually seeing it was there. It's very well hidden. And this drow sort of spins to look at you as you enter. I think maybe Taxes can lay Azarax on one of the beds, maybe. And she says, I will explain everything. I'm afraid to say that you have been deceived. I heard that you spoke with Raynar de Vere. Is that true?
It is.
And I suppose she did her utmost to convince you that we are the threat to Drow civilization as you know it. Or they know it.
She did. Your point.
I know what it must look like. Many of my brothers and sisters gave everything for the Gloom Mother to return to us. This was a sacrifice we knew we had to make. We need her. The deep lantern is lit. Talazhan is in danger. And right now, I'm afraid to say, our efforts have been somewhat endangered by your efforts. I do not blame you. You were fighting for your lives, I understand. But now it seems that we must face this threat without her.
And Taxes sort of speaks up, which is odd because he usually sits in the back.
So, you speak of a threat. Talk of a threat. What kind of a threat are we talking about? Animal threat like we dealt with back there? Am I hunting something? Are we working to hunt? Or are you just going to send us on a wild goose chase like she did?
I intend no such thing. The rumor's true. Are you Lorekeepers?
Yep. Which is equally surprising. As Card speaks up with the affirmative.
Though maybe there is still hope. If the stories are anything to go by. And you see she's almost sort of drops the sort of professional act because she's thinking about Lorekeepers, like these things that people these days will only have ever heard stories about. Remember, you are the first new Lorekeepers in a very long time. But then she sort of comes back to herself and she says, then I suppose I'm right in assuming that you came here to prevent the Drow aligning themselves to Advent. Well, I'm afraid to say, whether they were willing or not, they already have. They just don't know it. Raynar de Vere, she is aligned with them. She even cast out her daughter as a gesture to join them. There is a flash, Marius, as you think of another moment where a hand was severed. But it is not the Drow that Advent seek a true alliance with. For why would they need to ally themselves with the Drow when they could align themselves with the Illithids, the mind flayers? I don't even know. I guess a history check from anyone.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Azarax would know all of this, but unfortunately he's out at the moment, so relying on your guys' knowledge. Okay. I'm going to say that none of you know what that is, I'm afraid. However, the word mind flayer echoes in the mind of Azarax, and you snap awake. And for the sake of continuing this dialogue, I will say that for the past maybe minute, you will have absorbed this information in sort of like a haze, and you are able to weakly join the conversation if you wish. Don't feel like you have to, though.
I imagine that, like, for for the past minute or so, Azarax comes to. He hears the words, but they're ethereal, like as if they're from another plane. He looks as if he's looking through clouds, and he sees far, far, far in the distance. He sees the forms of his allies and someone else. As he begins to take in his surroundings, he hears her words, the Illithid, the mind flayers. He leans up, now conscious, goes to put his hand on his knee. It's not there. He slips. The Illithid are... He goes into the mode of imparting information to his allies. Doesn't mention his wound. They are a subterranean race. Very intelligent. What is the common word for aberration? They have the ability to suck out the brain of a humanoid, eat it. They can take over one's mind. A face like a squid.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
And as you're sort of finishing this explanation, you're looking up, and then your eyes meet with this Drow, Tera. And a dawning realization falls upon you. Once again, we are back in the council chambers of the Elder King. Let it not be said that we are without mercy. Reynard de Vere is passing sentence upon your parents. Traitors to all Drow of the Underdark. For it is they that revealed the secret of how to unmake the endless night. In their words, to put an end to the bloodshed. And as they are sentenced, you, Azarax, standing with your sisters, look across the gallery, the court. And you see a young girl, a young Drow, looking at you. A friend of yours from childhood, Tera. And as this realization dawns upon you, the same thing happens with her, and she instantly sees that it is you. But she doesn't say anything regarding it. She's actually waiting for the rest of you to respond to the idea that Advent are seeking to align themselves with the mind flayers.
Well, we're going to have to crush some kind of cult. First it was you, now it's the mind flayers. I see no difference.
There is every difference. If what I fear is true, then we may already be too late. Raynar de Vere has been aligned with Advent. But it is now my fear that she is a puppet of the Mind Flayers and has been controlling Drow society for a good long while. But through their orders. And I fear for what the lighting of the deep lantern means. It has not happened in a long time. And we often pay tribute to get some answer or response from our long lost ancestors of Forayar, the city that was flooded long ago. That city was flooded because of the threats of the mind flayers and eldritch horrors that dwell beneath there. And if the lantern is lit again, there can be no doubt that Talazhan is in critical danger and we must act.
And what of the rest of the Elder Council? Azarax looks at this woman. He must have lost a lot of blood because she's familiar, but it couldn't be the same girl.
I know not. But I know that Raynar, she's supposed to be a council where everyone's views are heard, but of late it has only been her word that has been law. When she sent you here, were there any others present?
No.
When I was last there in disguise, for I had to be in disguise, our kind was sent away. Because we revered the forces that protect our kind. But that has been undermined. It would seem that Raynar probably wanted to get rid of us, to leave Talazhan vulnerable to an incursion.
At that, Taxus sort of looks to you and then back to Locrius and then back to you. And then he thinks for a minute. He doesn't have much of a family, much of a home, much of anything. At least he doesn't think he does. And the last person he lost, he's already lost one in Raylan. And he starts to think about Raylan. And he starts to think about the whole reason why they're down here. Everything that they've done. And then he strides forward. He walks forward a little bit, looks at her. And the one thing he says is,
I'm sorry. I didn't know that we were going to be sent to slaughter. Whatever, look, I'm not here to judge. I mean, I'm a damn dragonborn lady. But, I'm sorry if I just slaughter the only chance you got to survive. And I'll be damned if I'll let y'all go out without a fight. There's still, and he looks to Locrius. There's still some light in these tunnels left.
She looks to you and says, you needn't apologize. You were sent there and you were doing what you felt was right. And in a way, you were doing the right thing. My kind, the Spinner's Creed, we understood that it would take sacrifice. My brothers and sisters, they gave their blood, and they also gave their minds. If anything, what you did was a mercy. We revere the Spider Queen and her avatar. That is not to say that we aren't aware that that way is barbaric, and she sort of mutters it, almost ashamed.
Marius thinks.
But it was the only way.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Marius thinks of one of the many, many books he had to learn off when he was a witch hunter, and he remembers this quote from the Malleus and this guy Varus, who was a great witch hunter, and it's that the enemy is varied but unified by their hatred of light and of the truth. Do not humanize them; they're all wheat before the sight of the witch hunter, and that's how he has seen these people down here, and that's how he was so quickly able to switch from seeing these guys as the bad guys to the mind flayers as the bad guys to whoever it needs to be. They're the bad guys, and so they have to be killed en masse. And he's got that kind of thinking deeply lodged within his brain.
For that quote, take a point of inspiration. Oh my god. I was like, what the? Wow. Great. Yeah. And she sort of acknowledges that she's accustomed to the way that you're all sort of addressing her. Like, she doesn't know whether this is how all Lorekeepers talk, or, you know, like, she does feel that this isn't exactly what she imagined Lorekeepers to be like, but, you know, who knows these days? And she says, first things first, we need to get back there. We need to find out what's happening. Last report from one of my brothers was that the deep lantern had been lit, and screams could be heard from Talazhan itself. We need to help Azarax, and we need to move. And it does not take an intelligence check to know that no one told her his name. I don't think, anyway.
And I think that while she's in that moment of reflection, that look of remorse washes over her face. And I think it clicks for Azarax. Probably actually when she hears his name, that's that moment. And he just stands up and walks over to her. And I think that there would be some sort of an embrace of camaraderie, like a drow embrace, perhaps the two foreheads together, something like that. Not as intimate as a hug, but something different than a handshake. I would imagine that they cup the back of each other's heads and push their foreheads together for a moment.
Yeah, and this person would have been very close friends with your sister, but also, I mean, it's up to you. Maybe just friends, maybe more. This person was significant in your childhood, and yeah, you share a moment where you almost feel like a bit of your old strength returning to you, but you're still in shock. I'll be honest. You cut your hand off 10 minutes ago, so but you're hardcore as well, so it's okay. What is it you guys do next?
What was the Gloom Mother going to do if we are going to try to pick up where the creature left off? What was the plan?
It is said that the Gloom Mother was a avatar that would stand in defense of the Drow. And I cannot assume to imagine how such a being thinks, but I think that's what it thought it was doing when it attacked you. Regardless, we need to set things straight, and your Lorekeepers, we couldn't ask for more in defense of this place. The rumor was that you seek our help in the days to come. Well, perhaps this might be another way to appease our people and show the Drow what has really been happening in the heart of their city.
The
And I think-
Gloom Mother. Can you control it? Or do you just point it in a direction and hope for the best?
It's just a legend. She hasn't been called forth for many an age. I do not assume to think that she could be controlled, but I know not. We were desperate, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Is there not a chance that if we release this thing, that it'll destroy the city?
And a horrified look comes across her. To what lengths would the Gloom Mother go to ensure that true Drow culture survives? And she gives you a horrified look, having not even thought of that.
Thinking of that is Marius's job.
Sure is.
I am loath to unleash that thing, that abomination, that your profane blood rituals have brought to being. But if you say that this light has been lit and something even worse is coming, sometimes to defeat the darkest enemies, you have to look into the dark yourself.
Card stands up after a long moment, sheathes his greatsword in just a long scabbard, and looks to Marius and says, well, I'm not sure what you believe. Well, I ain't sure you're sure what you believe. But I like the way you believe it.
And Marius kind of like nods. Thank you.
And Card just looks ready to go, ready to follow Marius and the keeper of this freaking hammer, wherever. And he looks to Azarax as well, and says, "How do you like your home?" Mockingly, as I assume Azarax just looks like shit in every way.
He's got to look terrible, and Azarax is he's zoned out. He is completely zoned out. I imagine that his forearms are on his knees, and he's leaning there. There's probably a bit of drool coming from his mouth, but he's not completely out of it. In fact, while his body is broken, his mind is racing. He's trying to recall anything that he knows about the mind flayers. He's trying to think of any stories he's read, any books on ecology of these creatures that he would know any way to smoke one out.
Give me a history or... Yeah, I guess it'd be a history. Or an arcana. It depends where you look at it. Whichever you decide, I'd say I'll leave it out to you.
They're both the same for me. So I rolled
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
a total of 19.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, you know that the mind flayers are obviously the they're the boogeyman, of the Drow. They are the antithesis to the Drow. They are everything that the Drow file. Whereas the Drow, in particular in the Nine Kingdoms, the Drow are, swore this oath to defend the world against all the evils that lie waiting in the dark places of the world. Well, the Mind Flayers are that. They are the darkness at the heart of the world. They connive and align themselves with powerful eldritch forces. And you know that whereas a Drow force would be willing to face something in a field of battle, passion and bloodletting, the Mind Flayers are the opposite, insidious, creeping into civilizations, unmaking them without them even realizing. So if there are Mind Flayers at work here, you know that they would aim to strike at the leadership, at the heart of the city. Because if orders are confused, if the wrong orders are being given, the Drow are not going to be able to defend themselves from whatever else the Mind Flayers have up their sleeves.
And as Kar looks to Azarax and sees him there, I imagine that these words are on Azarax's lips. Unmaking it from within, at the heart of the city. And he'll turn to Kar and he'll say, we have to go to the council chamber. We must make our way to the council chamber. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Card shakes it off with a mutter, nothing, and but nods, ready to go to the fondly remembered council chamber. He's just thankful he's not afraid of heights.
Then that is what we must do. I will accompany you. I will send word to my brothers and sisters. But I can see you're not in such a great shape. Are you able to come with us, Azarax? And you can see concern on her face.
I will be fine. We see a zoom in on his face. I'm a Lorekeeper.
Amazing. And so it is. Well, I know, but still.
I thought it was great. Great.
Oh, it was great.
He turns him back and he turns to his companions and gives a big smile, like.
With one hand. Yeah, it hangs there in the air for a moment. And then we're off. She says, I will meet you on the road. You go, I will catch up with you. I need to send word to my brothers and sisters. Perhaps there is something they will be able to do as well. There aren't many of us, but we need everything we can at the moment. Head back the way you came. Be as swift as possible. And I don't know how we're going to... I don't know what we're going to do, but we need to do something. You can improvise, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. yeah, we can improvise.
Azarax, you were suddenly gripped by a sudden pain that racks through your mind.
I imagine he drops to one knee, his stump of a hand goes up to hold his temple, and he falls down. The stump and your temples are burning with pain, and all of a sudden it's gone. Marius, is it normal if you lose a limb to have a burning pain, as if your soul is being sucked out through your eyeballs?
No. The pain should be at the stump. Normal would be for you to imagine you still have a hand, but the pain should be localized to where the wound is.
Azarax looks around, a look of fear on his face. He looks for his satchel with Grim. Is Grim there?
Grim is there. Grim has not left your side ever since he yelled at you to run. If you were to pull him out, you would see that Grim is doing what Grim does, and you see on a fresh page, Chapter 6, The Deep Lantern.
And as soon as he sees that Grim's okay, he takes stock of everything. He looks, makes sure that he has everything. He's got his wand, his spell book is safely hidden away. He reaches out to his familiar mentally.
And as you try and do so, that pain returns.
Would I know anything, like anything that would cause that, Rob?
Give me an Arcana check.
All right, that's a 14.
You would have never felt this before, but it's something that you've heard. Horror stories. Those magically gifted can be accompanied by a familiar. It is the way of things. But like I say, you hear horror stories about the pain that would rack a magic user should their familiar be severed from you.
There's a look of fury on Azarax's face. I imagine that there's perhaps a table or a nightstand, and he just kicks it over in frustration and fury. He turns to his friends. I am okay. I'm okay. We have to go.
Well, Tera says, looking at you, and she sort of just lifts her hands up, just like, I'll see you there. With that, she turns and disappears into the darkness. You are, I assume you're going to begin the journey back?
Yep. I think so. Yeah, I think that we would try to go quickly, and I kind of imagine as we're going, trying to make like a plan to get there quickly and as undetected as possible. So I would imagine a brief conversation between Azarax and Taxes to try to give him an idea, whatever he remembers of the place, and then let Taxes lead us.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys would like to have an open discussion, that's totally cool. Like, I remember, I think all of you at one point said that you were memorizing sort of where you were going. I think Marius said, I'm pretty sure Card said it at some point as well, like just getting your bearings. So all of you guys can talk about how you want to approach this. Don't feel like I'm rushing you. Like, you're obviously going to have to do this right.
Card speaks up in the middle of the conversation, says, well, I'm all for you leading. And he points to the dragon man. He says, but I don't think we should take the same way back. I think that's asking for trouble.
I agree. Never take the same path twice. They'll know where we were. They'll be planning for us to come back that route.
You think you can sniff out any faster way?
Give me a moment. I'll take a little gander around. I figure we can figure something out. Shouldn't be that hard. Well, Grease, what do you know about this place that might be able to give me
and he sniffs the air. I assume are they in a we're in like a hut right now, right? Or some sort of a dwelling. Or a cave, something.
Yeah. So you're in the cave. I mean, you could be talking about this as you journey, or yeah, it's up to you. You could still be in the cave if you want.
So I imagine that he sort of just takes a step outside of the cave, right? He's just sort of like claw on the edge of the door, and he like sniffs the air, And Rob, can you tell me, because I know the kind of layout of Talazhan now, can I smell water from here? Particularly because I know that lake sits under there. Can I smell the water from here?
Sure. I reckon you get a hint of it, but I would like you to make a perception check to see to what extent.
Do you think I could give him my point of inspiration so he can roll twice as me kind of helping him out?
Yeah, definitely. I think Card as well would be used to finding like a source of water. Yes, definitely.
I have a good memory for maps and geography and the layout of terrain, so I'd be able to help him out and just some advice, I think. So I'll give him.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
So 22 then with that.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it's like you take after a short discussion with Card, you take a deep breath, and it's almost like where you breathe out a bit of smoke and then draw it back in, and you get the sense of where you are. You remember that on your journey to the cathedral, there was the distinct sense that all of the running water of the underground rivers that you were passing by were leading to the light drinker depths, the subterranean sea. And you, without much difficulty, spot a rushing underground river that is pouring in a direction that will be a fair distance away from where you left from a different direction if you follow that river.
Okay, cool. So I imagine that Card, he looks to Card and then nods like in agreement with,
I think you're right.
I imagine they're both kind of like sitting and huddled together, kind of discussing geography of the area.
If we go up this way, how about if we take this part right here?
I like that part too. I noticed that on the way up, but might be hard to get to. No? Well, what if we maneuver through this, and he points down at kind of this drawing that you've made in the stone out of dust, or kind of this rough map, and
I imagine
just
I'm
points.
just scratching it in my I'm just scratching it with my claw in the stone floor.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we'll come up with some like white water rafting way to get to the council chambers or something like that.
Totally. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
So this is completely insane and probably won't work. And in fact, Lorekeepers, I'm sorry, you're probably gonna die, but it's the fastest way to get there undetected. I think we're gonna be fine. So yeah, and he just sort of takes a big whiff in, like a dog getting ready to track a scent, and he just sort of goes feral, all fours, all down, and just starts tracking forward.
A Card would follow.
And because of that wicked way of finding a new path, I'm going to say you guys will be able to get back quicker than the way that you left Talazhan. Following taxes and Card, you are able to duck through caverns and winding passageways. At some points, you find yourselves up to your knees in rushing, freezing cold water. But your determination and your need to get back there as quickly as possible drives you all on. And then, after what seems like a fairly long time, you guys pushing yourselves to your limits, essentially, to get there as quickly as possible. The cave opens out, and you see that you are once again in that massive cavern. You see before you, lit in the darkness, the shining beacon that is Talazhan, hanging above the light-drinking depths. But everywhere is lit with an eerie emerald gleam that beams up from the surface of the water, and then something vast moves past you. You are on a ledge, and you can see that the ledge winds up around the cavern, and you can see it will eventually get to the top of the stalactite. However, silhouetted, looming beneath the stalactite city is a colossal tentacled beast that, I've got to say, most of you would probably know this from the storybooks of old, unmistakably a kraken. Its huge tentacles wheel about, and you are just in time to see the first strike smash into the side of Talazhan. There is screaming and the sounds of battle, and another tentacle rises up, and it's almost like it senses that you're there. And this vast tree trunk sized appendage soars down at you, and that's where we're going to take a short break.
This beach. That was awesome.
So, once again, for those of you watching, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry, did I interrupt someone there?
Yeah, I was saying a very important exclamation of "Holy shit!"
Second Mokris's motion of holy shit.
So, guys, take 5 minutes, and we will be back. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. This was fun.
Rob's games have just officially turned into nothing but like God of War on steroids. It's like, oh, giant fucking thing we have to kill. Hooray!
Yeah, good luck. See you in a sec, guys. Hello, everyone. So, they're in a bit of trouble, I'm afraid to say. But for the meantime, I'm going to drop into the chat to see who we've got here. Oh, some beautiful people. Goodness me. So I hope you guys are enjoying the game. Once again, I am treated to some wonderful people. Some wonderful people playing this game. Couldn't ask for better. Who we got here? Carol says hi. Hey, Carol. David says, you are ridiculous, Rob. I make a point of being as ridiculous as I can at any point in time. John Harris says, hi, Rob. Hey, man. Carol says, it's been incredible. You and your players are all great. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thanks. And Barker is back. How's it going, man?
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say one of my favorite things. I love this game for a lot of reasons, but one of my favorite things is the battles that are more than just like a fight. The battles where it's like we got to do something. Like that battle, the seal battle was just so much fun because it wasn't just let's just try to kill all these motherfuckers. Like we have to do this or we're gonna die. It was really cool, man.
I actually thought of that encounter before I even started like thinking about doing Lorekeepers. That's an encounter that I thought of ages and ages ago that I told to my mate. I was like, you should do this. Because he asked me like, oh, what should I do with? And in that case it was a vampiric scorpion that they were fending off against. But like, yeah, it just fit, and I was like, I can finally use this seal fight. So although out of context, a seal fight sounds hilarious and sad. That would have been a different encounter.
That would be horrible, man. Please don't make.
But I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, like I was really hoping, because I've been saying the seal needs blood, like you know that. So I was like, I really hope they get that, and they're just not going to try and like knock the door down. They're going to try and activate the seal with the people that they kill.
You got to check out Lloyd's reflection. Oh, he's back. You can't check it out. I was going to say, in Lloyd's reflection, I see Rob's face talking. And then I see a nice fireplace video playing to keep Lloyd warm while he role plays.
Oh, exactly. That's awesome!
Yep, I have it right here. It's a good ambiance,
dude. That is awesome.
What are you
That's really cool.
Playing some Jonas Brothers in the background.
No, Jesus. Oh man.
Oh man.
Lloyd always picks really good music to play in the background. Lloyd,
you guys are...
No, I'm razzing him. Whenever we played the Iskloft game, he like sends links. He's like, "This is what we're listening to. It's awesome. It's really cool."
No, dude, it's great. Yeah.
Definitely a good thing to do.
It's Hanson. It's just Bop playing in the background.
Yep.
Nothing more brutal on this earth than Bop.
Oh my gosh, Hanson. That's been a while.
Yes. God bless them. They were touring around here lately. Actually, that was weird. Just it was Hanson. I was like, that's weird.
Rob takes off his Hanson t-shirt and turns it inside out. Puts it back on.
Whatever, guys.
Yeah. How stupid that is. So.
How stupid. Yeah. Like hides my signed memorabilia.
That's like a dude wearing the band shirt to the show, or wearing like the shirt of a dude in a game who you're playing with. Like.
Locrius, have you seen a movie called PCU? Oh my God, he's wearing a Be a Better Game Master shirt. Oh my God, it's this Be a Better Alien.
It's a Be a Better Alien shirt. I made a custom.
Oh goodness, dude, that's dope.
I nearly burst a lung, man. Jesus. Oh. That got me.
Gotta buy the swag, man. Go on over to Be a Better Game Master Spreadshirt shop. You can get your own. It's awesome. It's a good quality shirt too.
Glad you like it. Awesome.
For reasonable prices.
Dude, it's been so long since I've been. How much am I charging for those things? No, actually, you know what? Don't do that. Wait till we put them up at Absolute Tabletop. And the reason I'm saying don't do it is because Spreadshirt, they jack up the prices, man. It's awful. Like, it's so damn expensive, and so little of it, like, goes to the charity that the shirt goes to, or to me, or whatever. Like, it's, don't even bother it. They're like, don't give that much money to Spreadshirt. They're an evil corporation. Yeah. Hold up. Wait till we have it on AbTab. You'll get it for cheaper.
That dovetails nicely into the fact that I recently set up a Spreadshirt shop. So
Yes, he did.
evidently,
Why
don't
don't you
go
tell us
buy
about
my shirts.
But, well, make sure you shop at Locrius's Spreadshirt, just not mine.
That's true, because I don't mind price gouging. It's okay.
Capitalist pig dogs in here. Jesus.
Dude, no, man, we're the ones getting burned.
And if you type in the offer code Lorekeepers, you will get like 0.01% off. I'm not sure if that's true. Chris, you can pick that up, can't you? You can do that.
We'll make it happen. I'll look into it. That would be awesome to have.
Next session, we'll do it. Why not? We'll do it.
Why not?
Okay. Shilling aside, are we ready to go? Excellent. Gotta get back in the mood now. This colossal tentacle soars out of the darkness. I would like each of you to make a dexterity saving throw as the ground erupts beneath your feet as this thing just smashes out the rock that you're standing on. Oh dear. Lloyd, you do have inspiration, remember? I don't think Barker does, though. I think Barker gave his to Taxes for his perception check. Or wait, well, no, I do technically say they stack. So if you do have another one, then oh my god.
I don't think I had another.
Okay, you just
no, Barker. But I'm giving. I have two right now. I'm giving one to Barker because of that fucking description. I think he made a video about that, about like natural 20 flashback description. That shit was awesome. So you could take one of mine for that one, definitely.
Thanks, man. I hope I don't waste it right here. I'm gonna and okay, all right. That's better. That's a 13. Maybe that'll do me better than the 7.
Thank God. So, thankfully, the tentacle is obviously smashing out the ground beneath you, rather than aiming for you. The rock beneath you just shatters, and Marius, that is a 4, isn't it? That was the second roll, yeah.
With inspiration.
Yeah, with inspiration. Marius, basically looking up, it is a split second, and it isn't enough time, and you fall. If anyone would like to make an attempt to stop Marius from plummeting to his death, now would be the time.
I will totally attempt to do so.
Absolutely.
I would too, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so whoever wants to go for it, I would say the other gives the help action.
Yep,
so that
I'll
is
help.
Okay, so in that case, Taxes, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can fling yourself and grab onto him.
Taxes.
So that's going to be an 18.
Okay, was that with advantage?
No, it was not. I did not roll with the advantage. So that
do
was
it anyway, just in case. Just in case it's better. You never know.
No, it wasn't. It was a 3 on the other one. So yeah,
That's...
we're going to go with the first one.
That's okay. So Taxes, you are able to first of all evade the initial smash as this rock basically disintegrates beneath all of you. This ledge gives way. All of you are able to fling yourself onto the pathway that leads up towards Talazhan. But Marius is caught completely flat-footed and tumbles. Taxes, you heave yourself backwards, and your scaled, claw-like hand grabs onto Marius's arm, and you are holding him above the abyss.
I imagine it's something like he's just stretched out from end to end. Come on, you big hunk of metal! Get up here!
And Card is probably hanging on to Taxes.
Yes, I imagine exactly. I'm doing my best to help him brace himself.
And Azrax only has one hand, so what are you going to do? No, I'm kidding. What do you do, Azrax?
Seeing this go on, seeing him off the edge like that, I hate to do it because I'm low on spells, but I imagine that the us living is more important. So there's a flick of the wand, and a glowing blue circle appears beneath Marius as he is levitated back up. As I cast levitate.
Amazing, and it's a strange feeling, Marius. And as you are being lifted, and you are able to step onto the ledge, well, what is it that you say or do or whatever?
I think Marius, like when he is being lifted, has that like hideous feeling you get when you go over a hill suddenly in a car. Like his stomach is like upside down, and he's and you've probably never seen him except maybe in the sight of spiders look so terrified. He's like dangling over the edge of this thing and just floating. And he's like flailing out, and he's trying to like catch on a ledge, even though he's floating, still trying to grab something solid. And finally, he gets onto the ground and kind of brushes himself off.
And as you brush yourself off, your friends are looking at you, Marius, as you're sort of like in a bit of shock. Like, for an instant, you thought, that's it, I'm dead. I'm in heavy armor, I'm falling, that's it. And then you're not, and you're fine. And your friends are looking at you as you're standing there brushing yourself off. And then behind you is just this massive tentacle rising up. And you guys have the brief opportunity to run.
I'm looking at them and I'm like, what?
Azrax just point, doesn't say anything. His mouth agape. He's like pointing behind you and just books it up that path.
And you see Card just raising his sword. Like, that's it. Like he's looking above you.
Yeah, I guess Marius does like a slow, almost pantomime turn around and then begins to run.
And as you're all running, the pathway behind you explodes as another tentacle just smashes into the wall of this cavern, and then slithers off the edge. You are pacing it, and as you're running, you see a peculiar sight. This thing must be enormous. As you see, you're running towards the city, you see another huge tentacle sweep across the subterranean landscape and just wrecking ball smashes into the side of Talazhan. As you're running closer and closer and closer, you see the Drow in a full defensive attempt to protect their city. You are seeing all upon the scaffolding and the metal ledges that jut from, the rock ledges that jut from the stalactites, that Drow are firing arrows down murder holes. You see that there are archer slits built into the sides of this stalactite in layers, so projectiles can just be launched downwards. This isn't the first time that horrors have erupted from the Light Drinker depths, and a well-practiced and organized Drow force are mounting a desperate attempt to defend their city. You see massive siege engines being rolled out, which look really peculiar. They almost look like inverted catapults. You see them being drawn back and then let go, and vast metallic nets are being flung down from the stalactite down at where they're guessing the main body of this creature is. You see one of these nets just be batted out of the way by another huge tentacle as you are approaching the city. Is there anything that you wish to do whilst you're running, to prepare, to discuss, to think of before you get into the main city, before you reach the stalactite?
How do we kill it?
Now, Rob, would I know anything about what sort of connection there is between the mind flayers and the kraken below us? Because clearly we're Lorekeepers, but we ain't killing that thing.
You might not know. However, there is someone who would. And a gleaming golden light pours from your satchel. And you remember Weaver's words that Grim can offer advice, information, and strategy to you if needs be.
So imagine there's this whoosh as one of these huge metal nets drops down. It's ineffective, but the tentacle is forced to swerve away from us for a moment. Azrax pushes himself up against the wall and pulls out the grimoire. I imagine there's a very brief huddle of us as he does so. And he says, "How do we beat this thing?"
Grim says, as far as I understand, this kraken, for want of a better word, it is an eldritch horror. It is a thing from the old world. I fear that if this thing is attacking the city, it might be doing so because the mind flayers are telling it. From what I understand, they are powerful at controlling a number of creatures. Perhaps they have some design or deal, or perhaps they are forcing it to do so. I do not know. But that's my best guess. We need to get into the city. We need to get to the council chambers.
Azarax looks, another net is launched. He sees the trajectory of it, and as it passes down, he sees it pass by the nadir, the crystalline council chamber at the bottom. He looks up. Is there any way we can take a shortcut? Is it... could we ride one of these nets down to the council chamber?
Yes. And Mario starts running towards the nearest one.
Okay, so you're running towards the city, and you remember that there are those arcing bridges that reach out to the main base of the stalactite. And you're seeing, obviously, where the stalactite is widest, there are a number of these catapult-like things that are projecting these nets downwards. You realize, however, that for the best chance of being catapulted towards the pinnacle, you're going to have to be a lot closer to the pinnacle. You're going to have to be at least halfway down the stalactite to do so. So you're going to have to get through the city. As you're running, you're seeing sort of Drow artillery members trying to load up another one of these things, and then a vast tentacle sweeps up and just smashes a whole part of the walkway that is directly in front of you apart, and you see about 6 Drow just take off into the air and disappear into the darkness with a. It's a Wilhelm scream.
Oh, I got it.
Azrax,
Oh yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
I missed it, man. I missed it.
So your way is now blocked by basically a gap in the scaffold, and you guys are going to have to make a jump.
I imagine that Card's already on the run. Like this happens while we're sprinting, and
Yes.
so now, but I would say that also that Marius is in front.
So he has to go first. Okay, Marius, off you go.
Yeah, I think we're running, and you know, it's no mean feat to not be run down by these enormous rad lords. Like, I think we're running in a triangle with Marius at the front, and like as Drow are like running back and forth, whatever, they're getting batted to the side. There's no moving around. The people in their way, they're going through them. Yeah, and he's just running as quickly as he can to get there.
I cast mirror image, so there are two of me.
Yeah, you did. That's really weird. What's happened?
It glitched, and I refreshed, and this is what happened, man. Damn, I look good in the Skyrim helmet, though.
Is it going to cause any issues, or?
I don't know. Can you boot him as like the god of the game?
No, I don't know.
I think he'll
Hang on.
disappear in a second, probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know which one to do. It might kick you completely.
The blue one.
Oh, there you go.
there
He's
we go.
gone.
There, he's gone.
Oh,
The blue one.
the doppelganger
Marius-
returns.
I'm sorry that I dropped. Did Marius jump already?
So I believe Marius was about to take a jump. I'm really sorry I got distracted by that, Lloyd. So if all of you would like to make athletics or acrobatics checks to see if you can make the jump, that would be amazing.
I don't mind going first and seeing if it works before everyone else tries it.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
go
no.
first then.
Are you kidding me? Pff, nah. Card's running.
All right.
Did you say athletics?
Or acrobatics, whichever you prefer. I doubt acrobatics for you. Okay.
Yeah. Am I frozen? No.
No, you're there, man. I'm just waiting for your jump, whatever you're doing, athletics or acrobatics.
As Marius jumps, he feels a spindly hand of Azrax grab on his shoulder with one arm. As he looks down, he sees the glowing blue halo below his feet as Azrax aids the jump with the levitate. He would never make that jump on his own, but I'm still concentrating on the levitate.
That's cool. So that's still active. That's awesome. So you all you all jump at the same time, basically, as this titanic tentacle just smashes away the ground in front of you. You all react in a split second, and you all heave yourself over the gap, land, and maintain momentum. You are charging through this city. You are seeing Drow left and right. You can see families running in panic, trying to get as close to the center of the stalactite as possible, into the catacombs, into the deep parts of this thing to evade the impact. You see one of the tall buildings that sort of jut out of the side of the stalactite just get completely ruptured as another tentacle just sweeps through it, and debris begins clattering down towards you. Dexterity saving throws, please.
Chad is doing the math on his TI-86.
I rolled a 1, so I used my inspiration. God damn it.
Chad, what do you get? There we go. There we go. Okay, so back in it. As this building disintegrates in front of you, unfortunately for both Card and Marius, at the head of the charge, just debris just pours down at you. And you both take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as rock and brick clatter down about you. But you're all able to sort of keep momentum. And as you're charging forth, you see a figure sort of barking orders to the Drow, who are rushing back and forth. You see, as you are getting deeper down the stalactite, that more there are less civilians here now, and more of the dark wardens, the elite Drow. And you see Marius's best friend, Commander Derenir, the Drow that led you to Talazhan in the first place, is barking orders, yelling, "Get on that arrowhead! Reload the artillery," just like ordering them in this way and that. And then another tentacle just swipes the person who he was talking to just out away from him, and he just disappears off into the darkness. Sort of with a horrified look, he then stares and his eyes meet yours, Marius. And he says, "What evil have you brought upon us?"
So Marius is just still running, and he's like bleeding from a wound in his head from the debris. And he almost just doesn't even look in his direction. And he says, "We're trying to save you."
And he sort of looks down at the tide that is chopping up beneath in the sea. Like the thing is you can see the tentacles, but the main body of this eldritch horror, this beast, cannot be seen beneath the water. And he says, "How is it that you can save us from this nightmare?" Another tentacle just swipes and just bats someone else off an archer post.
"We're the Lorekeepers."
And there's a reedy voice comes from behind Marius. A reedy feminine voice that says, "And they're working with me." We see behind Marius, Azarax's form shimmer. His hair slicks back. His features become delicate and feminine, but crow-like as he steps out, as I cast Disguise Self to make myself look like the Elder Matron, Raynar Devere. "Stop your blathering, you fool!" He leans into her. He leans into him, completely dominant in his or her tone. He says, "Do you see the scaffolding when down there? When I give the signal, you will command the forces to stop firing the arrows. Am I understood?"
And like spluttering over his tongue, Commander Derenir is like, "My lady, you shouldn't be out here. It's too dangerous."
"You deign to tell me what I should and should not do. We will have words after this battle." And he storms off.
He's like, "Very well. Men, you heard her. On my order." Another volley of arrows take off from the stalactite down towards the depths. You can see one of the nets that is fired meets a tentacle that is halfway up into making what would be a massive impact onto the stalactite, but the net collides with the tentacle, and you can see this iron wire essentially is basically made out of cable, and it shreds the tentacle almost in half as it makes a swipe. And Derenir basically keeps his eye on who he believes to be Raynar Devere as he waits for the order. He waits for the signal.
Yeah, so Azarax or Reynard de Vere will have pointed down to the launcher that I think is probably halfway down in the city, right? That we think can launch us to the thing. What kind of fucking crack-headed plan is this?
You can definitely see that some of the scaffold that juts from the stalactite. You can see that if one of these siege engines are repositioned, you could absolutely, if you wanted to, fire yourselves at the crystal gallery that hangs at the very pinnacle of the stalactite.
No, this is what they call those best plans.
We were in the council chamber. Were there any windows or anything? Like, are we just gonna launch ourselves and we'll be hanging out the side?
From what you can tell, there weren't any windows. However, there was that platform that you were standing on, sort of just above it, that Card actually looked through to survey the depth. So if your aim was true, you could land at the basically the top of it and then make your way in. If you manage it somehow.
I think we have to now. I mean,
Yeah, we can't go back.
Definitely can't change your mind at all. No, that's fine. So, you've got to. I assume then you're going to give the order for the siege engine to be repositioned.
that's correct. I imagine that there's barking of orders and chaos ensuing. Yeah, absolutely.
The Drow are completely surprised by the fact that Reynard de Vere, someone who, let's put it politely, wouldn't be seen dead on the front lines of a battle, is now barking at them to redeploy their sort of net catapult. And quizzically, they go as if they're about to question your order, but then at the look in your eyes, they do not, and instead reposition the net launcher towards their best guess of your target. If anyone would like to see if they want to do anything before you launch yourself off this thing?
Well, I think, and Chad, he went AFK for a little bit, but he put his character in my safe, benevolent hands. I think Taxes would go first. I think that he would feel like maybe it would be a loyalty thing, something about being a Dragonborn. He would want to do this very dangerous thing before any of us do it.
I say that because he's AFK and he can't say otherwise. He'll do it.
Can neither confirm nor deny that.
So you're not all going to go together then? You're going to do this one at a time?
No, I imagine we do it together. If you guys think we would, if there are, are we talking like 4 net ballistas that like one each, or are we talking we're sharing one? How is this physically?
Currently you're sharing one, and you see that the way it is, like there is a flat kind of canopy where the net would be drawn rigid. You see there are weights on basically all around the net, so that when it is fired, it stays open. It basically opens as you go. So if you were to sit in that, you would be taken with it.
That's awesome. That sounds great. Yep. Card would
At
go
a tremendous speed. But I'm sure you can think of something, right?
We've gone too far.
The question is, do we wait for Chad to come back? Because do we know if he's okay?
He'd be in there.
What was that?
I think he would be in there.
Oh yeah,
I just didn't know whether you want to wait. Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back.
We're good.
Cool, man.
We're good.
So
I got a phone call that was kind of important for me to take, and then
No worries.
no worries, man.
Yeah,
You're,
we're good. We're good.
Oh no! Make a death saving throw.
Oh, okay, cool. Am I on my first or am I on my third? Is it going to be like that crucial? Okay.
That's it, man.
You're all actually discussing the The tactics of climbing into a net launcher to fire yourself at the platform above the crystal gallery. So, yeah. Are you all just going to climb in?
I think that's the extent of the plan, yes.
Absolutely.
I think this is going to go great.
Okay. And the Drow levyman, the artilleryman, or whatever, the operator of this thing, looks horrified as not only does his leader insist that it be directed to the Crystal Gallery, but also that the three strangers and their leader climbs into the launching bay of the net launcher. And with a worried look says, "My lady, what is it that you wish to achieve by doing this?"
Silence! Oh my god. Okay, I got it. Pull it together, Locris. Pull it together. We see the form of Reyna de Vere perched on the side of the net. She leans over and stares beady crow-like eyes into him. And she says, "On my command, launch us, and we shall retake the council chamber, we shall retake the city, and we shall be victorious over our enemies. On my command, hold fire!" She holds up her hand, calling out to everybody.
There is just, and it's almost, oh my god, there's this moment where supposedly Reyna de Vere raises her hand. Are you all, just so I have this clear in my head, have you all climbed onto the launching bay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we have.
Okay. There is like a deaf silence, and you can see like 4 tentacles rising up. But and you can see sort of like the remains of scaffold and broken rock and arrows sticking into this thing and stuff falling off it, but it's in silence and in slow motion. Arrows being fired, more stone-like spears that have been cut from the stalactite and just dropped into the deep from this thing are falling away at this creature, and all eyes are upon Reyna de Vere's hand.
For a brief moment, Azarax turns, in turn, looking at each of his companions, waiting for the silent nod before he gives the order. Fire!
And there is a jolting motion that you would not be able to describe. It is like the feeling that Marius had felt as the ground gave way beneath him. Sorry, the G-force is like something you have never known, as the 4 of you are flung at a colossal speed through the air. You see darkness just flying beneath you. You see a tentacle take a swing just as you pass by, and the net with all of these weights are hurtling towards the top of the crystalline gallery. You have a moment to react, to do anything to, if you want. You have a second.
There's a whisper on the wind from Azarax's lips. An ancient arcane whisper. Durach. As we're launched, everybody for the moment feels not only the wind from in front, but the wind from below as it whips up, and perhaps even more of a roller coaster feeling, a feeling of weightlessness as I cast Featherfall. His good hand grabs Marius's shoulder, and he turns to the other two, and he says, "Grab him!"
Card does. Beard blowing, it just flattened against his face. Cheeks kind of a gust, like large fleshy sails in the wind. He grabs a hold of Marius.
I imagine as like the other half of the dead weight in this like large net sailing that Taxes is pretty much the anchor weight at the back end. If Marius is the front, Taxes is like the one thing holding on to all that weight at the end, and just you just see the jowls of his dragon lips just, I hate you guys so damn much right now.
And the like I say, this thing is hurtling at a speed you could not describe. And the spell, Featherfall, one of Azarax's tried and tested spells, activates halfway through your flight. And this causes a complete surge in the direction, I'll be honest, of which you are going. It's like a frisbee where the wind catches beneath it and all of a sudden it darts up. And from a diagonal trajectory downwards, it changes and you wildly spin off into the darkness. And in a curving line, spin out, arcing around the stalactite. As you are flying around, this net held up by your floating forms with the weight still dragging you forward gives you a full, almost 360 glide around the base of the stalactite. You are seeing the collection, this vast collection of tentacles rising up all around the stalactite. The net darts between two of these things as they smash together in an attempt to swipe you out of the air. And then all of a sudden you are then plummeting back towards the pinnacle. And at the last second, just before the point of impact, you see it. The waves parting, falling away, as if some vile, colossal, eldritch flower is opening, blooming out of the waves. A creature unfolding out of the water, you see it. The eldritch nightmare of the kraken fully out of the water. And you see it for a split second before you careen into the crystalline gallery. There is a shattering as the weights on the net drag you through the wall of this thing. Thankfully, the Featherfall negates most of the damage you would have taken from a direct, we're being fired from artillery into a crystal, essentially.
Now, Rob, that was absolutely the eldritch flower of vile doom. I forget what you said. That was unbelievable. As we're flying, the levitate spell technically is still active on Marius. So you could say no, and I won't be offended at all. But Azarax is going to do everything he can to try to aim us into that hole to try to not make us splat.
Okay, well, there wouldn't be a hole. You made the hole. So what I will say then, instead, let's leave this to chance, shall we? as you are moving at tremendous speed. Azrax, at the last second, like you're in Top Gun, you are somehow able to pull up at the weights. And the net that you're all sort of flying on, almost like a magic carpet, but with holes in it. Like you pull up and you slide across the top of the crystalline gallery, and there is just the shredding as all of these weights slow you down. Crystal shards being kicked up from you, actually making a fairly good landing. And you skitter to a stop. Azrax, I would like you to roll a d4. Card is 1, Taxes is 2, Marius is 3, Azrax, you are 4. Tell me which one it is.
I was hoping it was going to be me, but I rolled a 2.
So that's Taxes. So you skitter to a stop. However, the bit of the net that Taxes is in is slightly over the edge. So you find that Taxes is actually very, very slowly, his weight is dragging you over the edge. I would like the 3 of you who are not, so basically all of you but Taxes, make a strength saving throw to see if you can hold the Dragonborn above the abyss.
Azrax, cancel the spell! I can't pull!
Yeah, Azrax does so in a moment. A thought, and it's gone.
That's amazing. And I would like, because you got the highest roll, Barker, I would like you to describe what's going on when you're stopping the basically Taxes dragging the rest of you down.
Actually, if it's okay, can I turn it over? I'm just, Card's just in the back grabbing people, trying to, maybe grabbing the net, doing his best to hold topside. But I think it would be the change of the spell that would keep us from losing Taxes. And so I would throw it to Azrax to explain what it looked like, if that's cool.
Sure, go ahead then, Lokeris. Tell us what it looks like as all of you are struggling to sort of stop the momentum and Taxes' weight from pulling you down.
I imagine that there's sort of a glowing blue halo beneath Marius. It disappears and we all land on the ground, and the edges, the hooks of this net stick in and start pulling. I imagine the 3 of us drop down to our knees and sort of scramble to try to keep this net from pulling our ally and us down into the maw of this horrifying creature. And I imagine Azrax, out of muscle memory, his hands go down and the stump of his left hand slams down onto the crystal and just opens the wound, and he looks down for the first time in horror, realizing what he's done to himself, and says no more.
Take a point of inspiration for just the whole idea, just everything. Like it's, you're able to stop the weight and Taxes. You're able to shift over, and with the help of the rest of them, you're able, still all entwined in this net, to sort of just clamber, and you're all sort of just on the very precipice of this dome. Basically, it goes down like that, and you're sort of on the top of it like that, on the flat bit at the top, just between where the crystal meets the rock of the stalactite. And you can still hear the noise of battle. You can still see projectiles now resuming their attack down at this thing.
I think Marius stands up and sees that he's all here, and that he somehow survived that experience, and he kind of looks again to be sure, looks at the trajectory of where they've come from, and then you hear a gung gung as he taps against his armor, and then he just starts to laugh. How many people do you think in all of existence have done something like that?
If I wasn't a few inches from death right now. Jesus. You and he looks to Azarex. You are a crazy son of a bitch, you know that?
I imagine you would hear what sounds like laughter coming from Azarex. It's difficult to tell because the disguise self spell is still on. He still looks like the elder matron. There's a smear of Drow blood. It looks like his left hand is completely submerged into the crystal itself. It's a strange thing. But you realize that as you laugh that Azarex is weeping. You hear him sort of the pathetic sobs of someone who's forlorn. He holds up his hand and his other hand waves through it. It shimmers as he does so. The ethereal hand. What have I done?
Card would immediately stop laughing and look to Taxes and then look to Marius and then back to Azarex. He would remain silent, but he would definitely stop laughing.
Marius would say, sacrifice is necessary if we are to overcome the darkness of the witch. And then he says, Varus 21:17 from the same book that he had quoted earlier. And he says, Azarex, what you've done might save all of us. Small consolation.
Yeah, I imagine that there'd be a sniffle, but pretty quickly Azarex would put his game face on, if you could see his real face. And he'll stand up, say, okay, let's go kill a fucking mind flayer.
And before the word mind flayer escapes your lips, a tentacle arcs out of the sky and just smashes down right next to you. The crystal that you're all standing on ruptures and all four of you tumble into the crystalline dome. Dexterity saving throws, please, to negate damage. Okay, so you all tumble in, and Azrax, Card, and Taxes, you are able to negate, and you only get half of this. And Marius, okay, so that isn't so bad, actually. So Marius, you take 6 points of damage as you fall in. The rest of you take 3. You fall in to this chamber that you have been in once before. You tumble in to this this crystalline gallery. The walls distorting the chaos that is going on outside. You can see vast shapes of tentacles moving around it. And you all land sort of boom with this shower of crystal. And you're just in a pile. And I will say, because Card got the best roll, you land and you're almost bam, and you're sort of just like on one knee, essentially, almost like a superhero landing. And you look up, and you see a disturbing sight. Standing before you is Raynar de Vere in her long, ragged, almost feather-like cloak, looking like that wretched bird as I described before.
I think Card would. Oh, go ahead.
At either side of her stand something that it scarcely believe it to be real. Nearly 7 foot tall, with oily, slick, purple skin and strange, macabre robes, with tentacled faces stand 2 mind flayers. One of them is actually just standing there with his arms apart, with its eyes closed. The other looks around and like those tentacles sweep as it turns its head and it goes, and it makes this ghastly sucking noise as it finishes its strange sentence. Raynar de Vere gazes down upon you, her eyes glassy, and she says, "It is so good that you joined us here.
Hello?
Did Robbie Boy freeze?
Oh,
He
he's back.
says, all of a sudden, Reyna dissipates, and it's actually Azarax again. As Reyna.
Hey,
Devere.
look, it's both the mind flayers because now we have 2 Robs, so you can play both parts now. You're welcome. Do it. And now I have no audio. What the?
Oh, I
We
can't
can't hear you. You sound really far away. We can kind of hear you, but
Yeah. He's got to pull the earwax out of his laptop.
Man, wouldn't that be gross if your laptop had earwax?
That would really be disgusting. Nope, can't hear you, man. That'd be like what it would be like to be a Yuuzhan Vong from the Star Wars Expanded Universe.
Gross.
Yeah, dude. That'd be gross. Like your toilets have like pustules on them and stuff. Like everything is just
Gross and sweaty.
Yeah.
oh, it's horrible.
I was gonna do that though. I was gonna like right when he said it was Reyna. Is it Reyna de Vere? Reyna, right?
I think
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Raynar de Vere. Yeah.
Reyna.
See,
Raynar.
I've been thinking. I have it written down as Raynar because I'm a
I
fucking
thought so.
American.
Because Reyna. Yep. I was gonna assume it was you, Azrax.
Rayna. Yeah. See, so that's it.
You should
That's my guess.
turn into her. You should turn into Raynar again and try to confuse the mind flayers.
I've been saying it all Southern style. My name's Raynar de Vere.
Raynar de Vere.
Raynar de Vere.
No, Rob, we still cannot hear you. Just shout.
World class mind flayer.
The
Spawn.
climactic sequence at the end of this
Oh my god, right?
shall be pantomimed by the
So
Sign
sad.
language.
Dude, I feel for Rob too because he does the best like outros and cliffhangers and
Oh man.
just descriptions. So I feel for him right now.
Hey, Rob, just type everything in the chat on the side and we'll narrate it for you. How about that? Like, we'll just narrate. We'll be the DM for you. You just got to do everything in chat.
It's a good idea.
I don't think I could ever muster up as much enthusiasm as Rob has for narrating in his games. I don't think
Dude, it is.
I have it in me.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
I think you have it in you, Lloyd. I think all of us need to work better to be more like Rob.
Hell yeah, man.
How are we now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, I think that was actually quite a good thing. It's so good that you can join us. So I'm going to say 2-minute break. Okay, really quick break, and then we're back into it. Okay.
Cool.
Sounds
All right.
good.
Perfect.
Sorry about that, guys. 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. I'm back. Apologies for dropping out. I blame my internet service provider, but I just want to blame something. I want to. No, it's all good. I hope everyone's enjoying it. That was pretty nuts. I did not expect them. I didn't expect them to do an awful lot of stuff that's happened in this session. I did not expect.
The hand?
The hand? I didn't expect that. That's amazing, by the way, Lloyd. That revolving. That's awesome. You need to teach. You have to teach me how to do that at some point because I don't know animations in thing yet. But no, I didn't. I didn't anticipate the hand, and I definitely didn't anticipate the catapulting you guys across the fucking sky into the crystal dome. That's nuts.
Well, you seem very unflappable about it, Rob. That was really
man, it's got to
good.
be done. If it's put on the table, then it's got to be done.
That was funny. After we realized it was a bad decision, it was still kind of like, well, we've already come too far. Like, we still have to do this no matter
It's like you've said
know.
it. If you did anything but do that, it would be a letdown now.
Exactly. It would be very anticlimactic.
But also it's what makes good legends, isn't it? And that's sort of what this is all about. It's all the Lorekeepers are the stuff of legend. You got to do crazy stuff, and don't people saw that. Like a lot of people saw that happen, so they're gonna be like, Jesus Christ! Well, not Jesus. Saint Cuthbert. They're
Also
not.
a real figure.
Yeah. Wait, like a human, a real figure? Because I know him
like
from
a really famous saint.
I don't know that.
See, I got all that because that's who
He's also a
I
D&D
thought
god.
was the. Yeah, he was the D&D equivalent of Jesus in 3.5. Essentially, he was the man risen to godhood. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so like that's the thing. It's about spreading the legend, and the more people that witness your amazing acts as Lorekeepers, the more your power grows. Like that's the whole thing. So it's stuff like that that is going to do you guys well. Who are we waiting for? Just Chad? Yeah, this is nuts.
This shit is crazy. What do you guys got for a beverage today? I have. Oh, this is boring as shit. I got peach juice.
I've got coffee, and then when I finish that, I have a glass of apple juice. Nothing special.
I have a can of Coca-Cola, and I
Excellent.
have a bottle of Irish spring water.
Oh,
I have a can of La Croix, sparkling water. It's just carbonated water. It's orange flavored
oh.
or citrus something. Drinking sparkling water helps me with cravings to drink alcohol.
That's cool, man.
Absolutely, it's a good one. Do you have a? I have a. What's it called? A Soda Stream that I just use for sparkling water.
Oh, nice. No, I don't. You know what Matt does is he'll take like a regular sparkling water and he'll put some juice in it, like some cranberry juice or some orange juice or some peach juice or something like that, and he'll
That's
just
a good thing to do.
That's exactly how we roll at my house, man. That's literally exactly what we do. We get the Soda Stream, and then we get these fancy juices. We mix them together, and it's like a fucking spritzer. It's delicious.
It's perfect. Yeah, dude, exactly. That's
I got
the
a
best.
fucking slice of lime in mine too. Fucking, this is fucking.
This guy got a little frilly drink.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys are old.
Hey Lloyd, did you know that Irish Spring is a brand of soap in America?
I did not know that.
It is. It's like
It is.
green and white marbled.
Oh geez.
And they cut it with a knife in an old commercial, and that's why I like it.
my culture.
Yeah, sorry.
Stop it, you fucks.
Reduced to a soap commercial. That's
Oh, it's green. It's Irish.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that must be it.
800 fucking years of oppression.
You should come to fucking Boston on St. Patty's Day. It's a
I
shit
can only
show,
imagine.
man.
Like yours is
Chad
way
is
bigger than
back.
ours.
I am
Okay.
not dead yet, so we're okay.
Yet being the optimum word. No, seriously.
Evil laughter.
Absolutely. So, you are greeted with this horrifying image of these two mind flayers flanking Raynar de Vere. And as you are all getting to your feet, Azarax, you find it particularly difficult to do so. Exhaustion is setting in, like you've been through a lot today. And then all of a sudden,
I was gonna
go ahead.
ask. No. Just real quick. Like, I would assume that I took a crap load of damage, and like, I don't really know where my hit points should be at. Right? Normally, my hit point maximum is 29. I have it at 22 right now because of the damage that I've taken. But
yeah, I didn't actually give you the damage rate, did I? Because it was in the moment, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Marius healed you as well, so
I would have healed you with all of my lay on hands, which would have given you 25 hit points back.
yeah, I'll say just for now that Marius basically got you into a fighting state. The thing is that I like about Marius' healing is that like it fixes you, but you still feel like shit. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, I just didn't want to be like, I got plenty of hit points left. I'm fine.
No, I'm getting you, man, and thank you for your honesty. No, that's cool. But as I say, like you have still been through a lot, and all of a sudden you get that burning feeling in at your temples, and you find you are unable to get to your feet, as I'm sure the rest of you do.
Seeing these creatures, Marius thinks, and this is what he does. He like runs through his head for these maxims that he has learned all his life, and he thinks the witch comes in myriad forms, many of which are horrible to behold, but all can be cast low with the witch hammer. And that's what he's thinking as he takes a faltering step forward and loosens his hammer.
And as you do, you see these mind flayers. One of them doesn't appear to be paying attention to you whatsoever. The other one looks at you curiously, in an alien-like fashion. This thing is from another place. And it's almost difficult to look at this creature. As you take a step forward, loosening your hammer, you can hear Rayna Devere's words echoing around the chamber. And she says, "It is too late for you. There is nothing that can be done to stop what is transpiring here. You have failed." And as she's speaking, it's almost like there's her voice is layered in different pitches with this deep resonance behind her voice that that basically tells you that something else is there. In your witch hunting days, possession maybe, or like you know, or you don't know for what, but something is severely wrong here. Azarax, there is another burning pain in your head, and you close your eyes, just blinking it, trying to concentrate on just getting out of your head, like focusing. But as you open your eyes, it's almost like you're seeing through a kaleidoscope. Your heart is beating hard, like, and you close your eyes and you open it again, and then you find yourself sinking to the floor, and you vomit. And I think if all of you were approaching, you stop and you look and you see Azarax is double over on his knees, and like his eyes are closed, and then the visor of Veritor slips from his face. And you see Azarax's eyes. They glaze over. Where they are usually white, they become a violent red. A horrified scream goes up from somewhere above you. You are no longer Azarax Drogaron. For a moment, it's like you're looking through the eyes of your familiar. But it's not your familiar. We see Talazhan beset on all sides by this eldritch horror that seeks to unmake everything that the Drow culture is, and ever will be in the future. Yet something has arrived to defend it. The Gloom Mother, gliding down on a vast silken rope. You are no longer Azarax Drogaron. You are the Gloom Mother. And as I get ready to send you the Gloom Mother's stats, Azarax, roll initiative.
Well, I'm just going to bow out for this next encounter, okay? Cool, is that good? Because I don't... Wow. Holy crap.
So I have sent you a Word document on Facebook, Chris. If there's anything that's unclear, do feel free to ask. But yeah, you're not Azarax right now. You are the Gloom Mother, and the Gloom Mother, it would seem, is the only thing that can stop the kraken from destroying Talazhan. Good luck. So now I'm going to, take your initiatives.
I'm trying to look at Locris's face and read his expressions. He's got his eyes covered.
The expression on my face is, oh shit, I don't have Word installed on Can I open this in Google Docs? Oh shit. That's the expression on my face.
I thought you meant I don't have word, like I'm so speechless. I don't have any words. I'm so speechless at looking at these stats.
I am speechless, but also it is also true I do not have Microsoft Word. I used Google Docs. Can I open this in Google Docs? Shit.
Oh crap. Okay. What can I do to send it to you instead then?
You could paste it in the email. Is that crazy? Just give me a wall of text. I'll decipher it. I think that's
in a Facebook message or actually email you.
Yeah, just paste it in a Facebook
Or in
message.
chat.
I'll put it in the Facebook just because then you might be able to decipher it, and you can put it in the chat if you want. But like, I don't know what it'll look like in there.
Yeah, I don't
Where'd you
care.
want it?
You can paste it in the chat or the email. It really doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat first. So I don't
Okay,
mind if you see what you've got. It's pretty immense.
Oh damn!
Dude, that is well organized.
That is. It pasted in really good. Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty good actually. I'm now going to copy the initiative as well. Actually, Lloyd, whilst I write down the rest of what I've got to do, if you could post that. Lokeris, can you copy that somewhere? You'll be able to see it.
Can you just send it to me in the Facebook? I can't select text in the chat, in the Google chat.
I'll send it to you on Facebook right now.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Right. So,
Have you got initiative for the others, Rob, so I can make a...
yeah, so I'm just going to roll one and see. Ha! Okay, so they're going last. So after taxes, even though taxes roll a critical fail, I'll still let taxes go before them. I know I could have sent Lokeris this beforehand, but I wanted it to be a surprise. So
Much better this way.
yeah. So basically, right. Are we all set? Lokeris, have you got those down? I don't want to start until you've got it.
I got him, man. Yeah.
You got it. Okay. So this will be following the set initiative, but when we get to the Gloom Mother or the Gloom Father, as it's been put into the chat, we will obviously be shifting our perspective to the battle that's happening outside of the Crystal Dome. So with that said, it begins. And Card, you find yourself rushing towards the enemy first of all. You see this strange outline of something massive shifting outside the Crystal Dome. It is your turn to go first.
So am I facing off against mind flayers?
Two mind flayers and Reynald de Vere, who appears to also be sort of threateningly pulling what appears to be a dagger, a very nasty looking dagger.
Well, I think that Card would be the kind of person that understands that you kill a snake by cutting off its head. And so he would charge forward toward her, and without barely a sound, he will like raise his broadsword upward in an attempt to slash her, and just take her out of the fight immediately. But he's caught off guard by his friend Azarax, the Gloom Father. No, he's there's a lot going on, and I imagine maybe the change. I don't know how quickly the change happens, but I imagine maybe some things shake, and so he misses. That's ultimately it. He misses.
I think you get to attack still.
Oh yeah, I do. Okay, all right. He would. Well, then how does she defend her? How does she dodge or block?
Okay, so the first one, like you rush in and you see this cunning smile, this curl at the side of her lip, and you basically swing the great sword up, and she just steps aside like that, like a lazy sidestep to avoid the first strike. Overconfident.
He spins around and says, "Well, you're quick, huh?" And he comes back around with another swift stroke of the blade, this time swinging more true. This time Sorry, I had the message copied and sent up on the other screen. That would be a total of 23.
Yeah, so that one definitely connects. So roll your damage and then you can describe it.
Great. That's 12 damage, and it just kind of cuts up her left side swiftly. The blade is so sharp, it makes but a sound, and a slight sputtering of red mist kind of flies out of the wound.
And you expect, like you often would when striking someone with a great sword, for there to be a cry, an expression of anguish of being injured, but it's just a silent psst. And like she takes the damage, but like she doesn't give anything away, like completely. And she glares into your eyes. Marius.
Crunch, crunch as he begins moving in the plate and chain. He looks at Devere. And he remembers her saying that there's no hope and that victory is gone, but he says to her that even if victory is going to elude us, that I will take satisfaction from the ruination of your form, and I will smile in the knowledge that you will not live to harvest the fruits of your profane labors, as I swear an oath of vengeance on her, and then proceed to ruin her face. Hopefully. Okay, that one is a 17.
That connects.
Okay, and the second, that is a critical hit.
Oh my goodness me.
So I have advantage because of my oath that I swore.
You do, yes.
I will be using my Wrath of the Witch Hunter ability and smiting this creature into oblivion, hopefully. So it's, oh my goodness. I'm going to mute myself while I roll a fat handful of dice.
Do it. We need like elevator music to play at this moment. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding.
I've got Duel of the Fates. How about this? Elevator Duel of the Fates. Ding, 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 ding. All right. I'm done. That's all you get.
Okay, so it is 44 damage for the critical hit. And it is 11 for the normal hit.
That's incredible. Oh, so you mean 11 for another attack, or do you mean...
So I hit twice. I hit once with the 17. That one is 11 damage,
yeah.
and the crit is 44.
I'm with you. Okay. And was this one that she has to take a save or get knocked back, or was this a normal one?
Just straight up paladin smite.
Okay, so this, well, tell me what it looks like as you send her reeling backwards.
So she's trying to avoid Card as he's swinging this sword, and she cannot hope to stand against both myself and him. As she's kind of moving out of the way really, really quickly, Marius kind of like watches and sees her move, and then he sees the tensing of Card's muscles as he goes for a swing in a certain direction and knows which way she's going to move in, and he takes the hammer and smashes it into the side of her knee for the first hit. She stumbles, the backswing catches her under the jaw. There's a white glow from the hammer as it catches her and smashes some of the bones in her face.
Yeah, you hear a sickening crack as her head just arcs back at a very unusual angle, shall we say, and she arcs back with the strike and just hits the ground like a rock, just out of the count. Amazing. And now it is taxes. You see Marius charge forth and just put Reynard de Vere down. Just bam, straight away.
Isn't it the Gloom Father first? Or
Oh, I do apologize.
Yeah,
Well,
However you want
Okay,
to do it. However you want to do it. I don't mind.
I will say let's. No, we will do that. Sorry, I won't ignore initiative. So, in that case, as there is that smash and the flare of Marius's smite glows from through the crystalline walls, you just see a silhouette of a colossal spider on the crystalline dome looking down as the kraken raises massive tentacles towards the Gloom Mother. Gloom Mother, how do you act?
Tapping into powers hitherto undreamed, the Gloom Mother, avatar of the Spider Queen, skitters along the side. She looks down, an ancient enemy, a nemesis. She knows her purpose. She was forged for this task. She spins to the side and launches an assault of thick strands of webbing down at the tentacles of this ancient eldritch horror as I use the web ability. That is going to be, that's a big ass modifier on this motherfucker.
It certainly is. These are two titanic creatures clashing at this point. So yes, the modifiers are pretty big.
That is a 33 to hit.
Yes, and what are you aiming for? Because like there isn't, it's so big. Like, are you aiming for tentacles to pin them together, or are you aiming for the main body of the kraken? These more like teeth opening up as you fire the web.
The kaleidoscopic vision of the multifaceted eyes give the Gloom Mother and perhaps her proxy Azarax the powers of perception he's never known. He can see every part of this creature, the teeth, the maw, the roiling emerald water around it, each tentacle, and she sees the tentacles that are reaching up on the eastern side of this great expanse. She waits for one, she waits for another one, she waits for a third one, and she aims at that mass of tentacles, attempting to wrap them all up.
And you absolutely managed to do that. And 3 of the tentacles just get locked in place, and they were all going in different directions. So you completely scupper one side of the attack force of the kraken as it's reaching up to you. So that's your web. You can basically do 2 of whatever attacks you like. So you can do another thing as well if you like. You do another web. You can do.
Gotcha. So the Gloom Mother thinks back to the ancient war. This is a war that has been forged over eons, over age after age after age, and she knows patience. She skitters up to the top of the stalactite of Talazhan and loops herself over an outcropping, dropping back down and pulling on this web, attempting to pull the side of the creature up out of the water to expose the maw to the army of Drow that are assailing her from above.
That's amazing. Can you? You'll see that there is a strength thing there. If you could make a strength check, and the kraken will try and oppose it.
All right, so I got a 16 on that one.
You succeed, catching the kraken completely by surprise as it rolled a critical fail. The Gloom Mother basically loops this kraken up, and part of it is wrenched up. And you can see now where the tentacles are actually joining the body of this vast eldritch horror. And it gives this earthquake-like rumble of a growl with fury in its being. it is going to try and attack the Gloom Mother back. And you see two tentacles arcing out across the black sky towards the Gloom Mother. One flails and smashes, misses the Gloom Mother completely, but takes out a building that the Gloom Mother had just been stepping over. The other one connects for 31 points of bludgeoning damage. This thing just sails through the air and it catches the lower abdomen of the Gloom Mother. But you are not knocked off or anything. It's just a glancing strike, and it gives a terrifying roar. And through the spider eyes, I will explain that Azarax, you are controlling it. So in a way, this is Azarax seeing this. You see what appear to be the beginnings of sparks beginning to join up around the tentacles of this kraken as it shifts its colossal weight in the water. We are back into the crystalline dome. Taxes. You have seen Marius just wipe out Reynard de Vere with an uppercut with the hammer. What do you do?
That's like smelling blood to water, and like he gets a bit of a grin on his face. And I imagine that if we could retrospect, he smacks her across the face and just casually, as if a panther stalking prey, while the two mind flayers are sort of focusing on, and Reynard de Vere are all focused on the two of them, he sort of just like walks around the side. I imagine he's just like prowling around the side of these God, what they were like thrones, right? They were all, the council is all set up with all these thrones around the outside edges, right? It's like a round council
it's
area.
like a gallery, like a court almost, yeah.
So I imagine he's like a panther crawling around the back of this thing as quietly as he can. And then from behind the mind flayers, I want to try to take a stab at either one or both of them from behind, if possible.
Yeah, sure, you can definitely make an attack against the Mind Flayer, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, 18?
Connects.
Okay, cool. So that will be... So do I do a 6, right? Okay. Oh boy. They're 1d6, right? For the scimitars? 1d6.
Yeah, 1d6 plus your dex plus 1, because remember it's a +1 weapon.
Okay, so that would be 6 then. So basically what you see is he just quietly sneaks up and just shivs it. I want to try to say he just gets it right in the neck, if possible. Just, and I would like, if I can, to try to grapple it too while I'm, if possible.
Yeah, definitely. I'll allow that. So if you'd like to make an athletics check, and it shall oppose.
That'll be an 18 for that one.
Yeah, you seize onto this thing. You sort of attack it from the side. You slam one scimitar into it, and then you wrap around it with the other and drag it into your grip. Fantastic. So you are now locked in sort of like a physical struggle with this mind flayer. Now it is their turn. Reynard de Vere is out for the count. But the mind flayers are not looking too happy. And first of all, the one that is on Taxis is on turns with its neck in a sharp, unnatural speed. And its alien eyes just stare into yours. And it's almost like if you could translate an expression from this creature, it would be joy. That you have just walked right into its grasp. You're grabbing it like this, and its tentacles just go and just go to latch onto your face. My dear boy, what have you got yourself into?
Hey, I'm a dumb, stupid dragon animal. I don't know a damn thing.
So it hits the tentacles. When hitting you, automatically grapple. So he is reversing the grapple on you first of all, and he is going to do some damage to you first, some bludgeoning damage. So that is 20 points of bludgeoning damage as these tentacles just smash your elongated dragon jaw, and these tentacles just latch onto your head, and you can just hear this noise coming from somewhere beneath these tentacles. And Taxes, I would like you to make an intelligence saving throw, please. These boys are nasty.
Why did it have to be intelligence? I'm a dumb man. 5.
So the force of this thing, there is something strange. It's almost like some kind of psychic power invades your mind. And Taxes, you are stunned by this. Both mechanically and actually, you are stunned. So that means, if I look at my DM screen, stunned. So you are technically incapacitated at this point. You cannot move, and you can only speak falteringly. You currently will fail strength and dexterity saving throws, and all attacks against you will be made at advantage until you break that save, or until someone helps you. It's not good. So approaching these is not the best idea. And the rest of you are gazing as Taxes is locked in this death grip that this Mind Flayer is now enacting. And that's the first one. The second one is going to dart forward at I'm just going to say the most effective person in the room right now, which I've got to say is Marius, for that stunning attack that he's made against his thrall. And this one swings its tentacles at you. Is your shield raised?
It is indeed.
Yeah, you had to hammer, didn't you? Tell me how you just block these tentacles that just slam against your shield.
Yeah, so Marius is like smashed Devere to the side, and he kind of like follows the arc as her body hits the ground. He's not expecting this thing to move with such speed as it like rushes towards him, and he just sees like a blur in the side of his left eye, and his training kicks in, and he just brings the shield up at the last second, and he can see tentacles over the lip of the shield, kind of like reaching around, and he can hear this hideous like as the suckers like pop off the shield.
Yeah, and this horrifying suction noise as the Mind Flayer, furious with its failed attempt, sort of recoils from your defense. We're back to the top of the round. Card, you've seen your Dragonborn comrade be locked into this visor-like grip, and Marius barely defend from the other one.
The greatsword in Card's grip would be swiftly brought down on the Mind Flayer that has Taxes in its grasp. And also, I have the ability to take -5 to my roll, and if the attack hits, I get +10 damage. So I'm going to do that for both attacks, because at this point, Card is his piece has been obliterated. He needs blood. But it looks like 14. 9 total, actually. That's a -5. So 9 total. The first one misses.
It does. It sails past the mind flayer as
Ooh.
it sort of
Do I have
drags.
Do I have advantage if it's grappling somebody?
It is grappling, so you do advantage, yeah.
Still a fail. Okay, that's good. It's better that way. Second
That's okay.
attack.
You've got second attack
Yes.
advantage.
Immediately, just like coming right back down, and he's becoming more and more flustered as he does so. And this one will miss. Twice in a row, you hear steel on whatever the stone is on the floor, as chunks and sparks fly up. But he's beginning to feel something in his mind. He's beginning to see memories that he had realized that he had forgotten. He's beginning to have memories that are Azarax's, or memories that are taxes. He's remembering something as if he were him, and he's realizing that being in the proximity of these mind flayers is having an effect on Card's ability to fight.
And I like to think it's also a mixture between those fleeting memories that you're sort of getting flustered by, but also the fact that as you're going to strike this mind flayer, it's almost like it's dragging sort of taxes in between you and it, and you're almost sort of unsure as to when to strike because you might hit him.
Yeah.
And with that, it is now Marius. You have defended against this mind flayer, and it sort of arcs back away from you. What do you do?
Yeah, Marius is feeling as well kind of this dulling effect of these creatures as they're around, confusing. And so he's relying on training. He just begins to intone all of these lines from Varus's book nonstop as he pushes back the mind flayer with the shield and is going to try and swing for its gooey head.
Nice.
With a 15 on the die, plus 6, 21 for the first attack.
Connects.
And the second, that's not good. That's a 15, sorry.
Just hits.
Ooh, baby. Okay. 17, bludgeoning.
Nice.
And I push it back from the shield, and I take a swing for its blubbery head. I mean, maybe just graze the top, and there's like a wobble as he hits it. And as the thing kind of like moves back, it exposes its hip to him, and he smashes into the hip with the second strike.
Incredible. And reviled, it gives this guttural hiss at you. It staggers back away from you. We cut outside as a vast arachnid form swings back down from the top of the stalactite. Go for it, Licorice.
Azarax, seeing through the eyes of the Gloom Mother, feeling this feral fury that this creature has for the abomination below us, tapping into its raw power and proprioception, its ability to move, its knowledge of ancient secrets that he never thought that he would ever glimpse to. He sees these thick strands of webbing reaching down, restraining 3 of this kraken's tentacles, and in a flash, like a spider going after a fly caught in its web, he travels down the webbing itself, down onto the tentacles that are restrained, down past them, down towards the mouth of this thing, which I'm guessing is pulled up a little bit. He turns around to the side, for Azarax is a learned man, and he knows if this thing has a mouth, it most likely has eyes. So he's looking for a soft spot, and as he does so, he's gonna bite the shit out of this thing.
That's amazing, and your predatory instincts are so heightened. You can feel the din of battle above you, but it's almost like a very quiet moment that you're sharing with this abomination beneath you. And you see as this vile creature, like I was saying, sort of unfolds out of the water. You can see these vast black, pearlescent almost eyes that sort of glimmer, looking at you with sort of an alien fury. Go for it.
And without another thought, Azarax launches this great, ferocious spider, the avatar of the Spider Queen himself. And the mandibles strike out with a 26 and a 32 to hit.
Both connect.
Okay. Why doesn't someone else go while I roll some damage and then I'll put it in the chat? Oh no, because this thing's going next, isn't it?
Yeah, he goes next.
Okay.
He goes next. But what I will do is I will ask a question, actually. Marius, that mind flayer that you attacked on your turn, was it the one holding taxes or was it the other one? It was the other
There
one.
was one right on me, so it has to have been that one. I don't think I
Yeah,
could have
that's
gotten away
fine.
from it.
Okay, just checking, that's all. Okay. Cool. So yeah, the Gloom Mother, just filling time, violently bites down. Was it bite or slam that you're using though, Chris?
I think he's biting. Yeah, I
Biting,
think
yeah.
he's biting. And so that's going to do 47 total points of damage.
Ooh, mama. Yeah,
47. No,
Yeah,
47.
it's rolling
Jeez.
3d8 plus 10 per hit. Yeah.
Nice.
This is a good thing why you guys didn't fight it earlier. So, and you see as your arachnid mandibles just pry open this thing's eyelid almost and just sink fangs into it. You can see this gurgling fluid sort of be drawn from its eye almost, and it shifts violently, and there's a cracking noise as three of the tentacles that it's still harnessed to is trying to pull away from the stalactite, and that's what it's going to try and do first of all. But again, such is the silk that the Gloom Mother weaves that it is still pinning this thing to the stalactite, and it decides, this vile abomination, to reach down into the very core of its being. When the world was young and there was naught but savage power and storms that would last an eternity in the darkness, lightning arcs about all of its tentacles, and there is a sudden burst of electrical force that surges at the Gloom Mother, but also at the stalactite. Everyone in the dome, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw. Also the Gloom Mother, dexterity saving throw, please. Everyone in the dome have a +4 to that because Marius has something. Is that not right?
Sorry, I actually got
No.
it next level. My mistake.
He's looking ahead. He's planning ahead. That's all I like to see. Never mind. So we will first of all deal with those in the dome, because lightning basically arcs up and massive amounts of electrical energy just slams into the stalactite, and it smashes part of the dome, and crystal shards just go everywhere. And I'm afraid anyone who didn't get above a 15, I'm afraid, takes that's 9 points of piercing damage as just shards of crystal go everywhere. And now for the Gloom Mother. Was that a 16, was it?
That's correct. Yeah, 16.
Okay, so you're going to take half of the actual damage. So let me see. So that is So you take 15 points of damage as it is halved. The electrical energy just basically skimming off your arachnid limbs. And it gives another as it sees that it has not quite managed to target you correctly. We move back to the crystalline dome. There is a shuddering blast as all these crystal shards go everywhere. And looking for the initiative because it's got up in the chat, it is now Taxes. First of all, I would like you to make an intelligence saving throw because this will depend on whether you can do anything or not.
Okay, 15.
There is something in the back of your mind. A vast silver presence. The face of a colossal dragon. And its eyes blink. And as they blink, you come back into reality. You're still grappled by this thing, but you are no longer stunned. Taxes say you are able to oppose the grapple, or you can straight up just attack this thing and see if you can get out that way instead. It's up to you.
I am going to attack rather than oppose the grapple because I'm afraid that like I'll fail that. I'd rather just try to kill it and move out of the way.
No worries. In that case, 2 attacks if you please.
Okay. First attack. So yeah, 20. Let's see. 27?
Yes, that definitely hits.
Yeah. Okay. And then second attack. Oh, nat 20 on that one. Oh my god. That's awesome.
Okay. So roll up the damage first. Do the damage first and then describe it. Good stuff.
8. Okay. So total of 15 damage.
Nice. And I'm going to say, because of the savage nature of that attack, your scimitar. Well, why don't you tell me how you break out the grapple as well with this attack? You tell me.
All right. So as you were describing, I'll go back a little bit. As you were describing, I imagine his eyes are just completely covered up, and basically he's getting choked out by these tentacles along his face. Those eyes from that silver dragon blink open. And it's not just like normal eyes. I imagine it's like this blinding hot white light of like silver coming from the eyes. And in that moment he wakes up and he feels his scales just get hot with fury and rage. And it's almost like a caged animal. When a caged animal feels pressured and put in a corner, they just want to rip out of the cage. So it's the 2 scimitars basically come in front of his nostrils, in front of his face, crisscrossing across and ripping the tentacles straight from the face of this mind flayer off of his face. And you just hear the suction cups go popping off as he's ripping and kicking him away from his person.
Absolutely. And like a good amount of these tentacles fall free. There's still some there, but like I'm going to say like you take off half of them with just a bam, and it staggers back, giving this vile hissing noise. And it looks at all of you as it moves back, sort of sweeping back, as if gliding almost. And it sort of looks at you with those alien eyes and goes... There's a silence, and then boom, as a psychic blast erupts from the mind flayer. I would like everyone in the dome to make a intelligence saving throw, please.
Rob, since Azarax's body is in there, should he be making these saves?
I'm saying as your consciousness isn't present, I'm going to give you a pass on that. Put it this way, if your friends fail, they're going to horribly murder you whilst you are not conscious. So I think that's fair in terms of the stakes that we're talking about. In that case, I'm afraid to say, Marius, you are able to steel yourself against the psychic energy that tries to invade your mind. However, Card and Taxes, I'm afraid you fail. As this mind blast is staggering, I'm afraid to say.
At TI-86.
As you take 26 points of psychic damage.
Card just like immediately crumples to the floor. Sword tips over, clangs against the stone floor, reverberating off of the walls of the dome, despite the winds from the shattered crystal. But he falls just completely unconscious.
And if are you still up, Taxes? Because if you are, then something else is going to happen.
No. So I imagine what you hear is like the tentacles that whatever tentacles are attached to his face just sort of pop off, and there's this blast, and he just. And it's almost like he gets choked out mid-growl. And then he just falls in a heap. The scimitars clatter to the floor, and he is just dead.
Well, he's not dead. You have been knocked to zero, right? You haven't been killed outright. You both clatter to the floor. I think either side of Marius. And Marius is sort of stood there stalwart, and then you sort of look behind and you see your two friends have fallen, and then you look back and you look into the eyes of two triumphant mind flayers that are staring you down with a look of triumph. They are looking at prey. Oh my goodness me, this is going to be tense. Where are we? That was one of the mind flayers. The other one is going to straight up just try and attack Marius, as he's the only one standing. Oh my god. So Marius, tell me how you deflect yet another attack from this mind flayer.
So seeing that he's on his own, Marius is in a heightened state of awareness. There's no room for even a slight hiccup. And so he is like breathing measuredly, almost in a battle meditation. Every move is calculated and careful to use as little energy as possible so he doesn't exhaust himself and have his friends die. And this thing comes rushing forward, striking out. And again, this shield, this book, this huge cover of a book bats away the tentacles just in time.
Great stuff. Yeah. Like you say, like a mistake, and that could be it. We are back to the top of the round. Card, I would like you to make your first death saving throw, please.
All right. That is a success.
Excellent. And it's almost, you're not aware of it, but life stirs in you yet.
Yeah, no, he sees an egg, some sort of speckled egg, And then he has a memory of smelling meats, and he has a memory of waking up and seeing himself, Card, holding meat over his nostrils. And then he has this strange vision of a large, massive, gargantuan dragon of silver and then of white hot light. And everything's gone again.
And as these images pour fleeting into your dazed unconscious mind, we move back to Marius, shield up against this alien threat.
Yeah. He will bang the hammer on the shield. Now, is it an open area? Are we on like a balcony? Is that right?
So you're just in this, it's basically just like this gallery. It's a dome, but you've got like a flat floor, but it is like an open area. Yeah, you can see crystalline walls. You can see that part of the wall has been shattered. Parts of the walls have been shattered from the lightning blast that smashed part of the dome. So you can see areas that are basically drops now in this place as well.
Marius's eyes dart to the corpse of Devere. He knows that the Drow are devious. Do I see anything on her that might be obviously magical?
Yeah, so there is a dagger that looks particularly strange. It almost looks like the hilt of it is curled at the end like a tentacle. Whether that has any connection with the mind flayers, but it looks to be some kind of strange weapon.
Yeah, I think Marius would see it and then think that's probably a gift from them as opposed to something she took. He thinks it's probably not useful for hurting them, probably more to keep her in line. And so he decides not to go for it. He's going to try and smash one of these hideous abominations off an edge, if he can manage that. If
You certainly can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In that case, opposed athletics, if you please.
I was going to use my final spell for a thunderous smite to knock it back 10 feet.
Oh, okay. Let's give that a go then.
I'm going to try it, and I'm going to pray. It's a crit, Rob.
Is it a critical success?
It is.
Oh my god, at the darkest hour, roll that damage.
Good.
Look, we dead.
You said crit, and I was like, I mean, there are two versions of a crit, man.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, he's failed, he's falling over. No.
Oh, God. Okay, he needs to make a strength saving throw with a DC of 15, not to get knocked back.
Oh, he's great at strength. That's his best one.
God, his friend Card is on the floor. You're telling me he doesn't feel inspired?
It's 27 damage.
So, you're looking at them both, and there's that defiant look on their faces. And it really doesn't sit well with you at all. Marius, I would like you to explain exactly how you killed this thing and send it reeling from the dome.
Yeah, Marius has seen overconfidence many times. It is almost always the look on the witch's face at the moment before they fall. Magical power has a way of making you feel like a god, and these creatures obviously feel that they are above the flesh and blood of the human race, and that is simply not the case, and Marius knows that. And so as they kind of stand there swaggering and looking at each other and then to him, thinking that they have an easy meal here, Marius sees that, and he adopts a posture of defeat. His shoulders sag. And he opens his eyes wide. He starts to breathe. And as one of the mind flayers, like almost licks its lips with anticipation, he senses the moment. He rushes forward. He uses the shield to catch it in the gut, and as it bends over, the the hammer comes up and catches it under the jaw, smashing the beak. There's a crack, and it goes flying out the window and over the edge. He turns to look at the other one and cracks his neck, and then he's going to swing his hammer at that one.
Take a point of inspiration for that. My
I will
God.
use it right now.
Okay.
Okay, so with the inspiration, that would make it a 17.
Connects, and this is the one that is bleeding as some of its tentacles have been rended by taxes.
Exactly 10 damage.
And this is more like a glancing, like it catches it by surprise, like you've just murdered its friend, and then you just swing around and just smash it around the face, and it just goes and looks at you in fury. We cut to the lifeless or semi-lifeless form of the mind flayer that plunges down, 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 and snap! It gets mashed into the jaws of the kraken as the Gloom Mother continues to do battle with it. Gloom Mother, what are you doing?
There's a schism. The creature that is the Gloom Mother has fused with the Lorekeeper known as Azarax. And I imagine as the psychic energies of the mind flayers are instilling memories, glances into one another's mind, I imagine for a moment, Azarax has a moment of clarity, understanding what's transpiring in the room. Skittering back up the web, the Gloom Mother swivels around to the open window, mandibles chittering as it turns itself and launches a web at the mind flayer that remains. That's a 30 day? No.
I safely assume that is going to hit. So what does it look like as this web not only hits it, but as this thing has a ridiculous range, has the power to send it across the room and pin it to the wall? What does it look like?
I imagine that it's going to be another Hans Gruber moment as this thing is pulled out the window. I imagine that Marius is standing there after just against all odds smiting one of these motherfuckers, looking down through the crystalline floor below and seeing them fall into the maw of their very god.
That's incredible. The Gloom Mother. So hang on a second. Let me just get this straight. So you're pulling that out. You pulled that out of the window. Is that what you did?
That's right. If I can.
Yeah. Sorry. No. Yeah, that's fine. No, I confused myself for a second. No, that's absolutely fine. This thing is just wrenched out of the dome and just down into the maw. As this thing is reaching up behind the Gloom Mother, this vast eldritch horror. But as the mind flayer is taken out of existence, a connection is severed. This thing no longer fights with the furious hellbent destruction of this place. It is now more of an animal, and it is going to do its best to defend itself from the creature that has been causing it a lot of difficulty. So it is just going to go helter-skelter at the Gloom Mother. So 1 out of a potential 3 connects for 30 points of damage, exactly, as this tentacle lashes across the Gloom Mother's back. We basically, there is a shuddering as the impact not only hits the Gloom Mother, but it also, the tentacle so large is it that it connects with the crystalline dome, and there is a crack. The force of this thing is enough to knock Marius back a bit, because like imagine you're just in like a box that has just been hit with a massive tree, essentially. And you're seeing hairline fractures moving all through the crystalline dome that you're standing in. And it is now Tax's turn to make a death saving throw. Unaware that the ground beneath you may go at any second. Taxes, you have made a successful death saving throw. Excellent. Will it do you any good? I do not know. Marius, it is then that you notice a stirring from the body of Raynar de Vere. You see her shift. Almost like a spasm moves through her. But it is not your turn just yet. But I'm just letting you know that you spot that out of the corner of your eye. Card, death saving throw, please.
I was just going to ask, Taxes, was that 20 on the death saving throw a natural 20?
Oh, yes.
That actually
was. It natural?
That was actually.
Dude! Taxes! I apologize. In that case, sorry.
I wrote 20. I wrote 20, but it's only because it was a nat 20, and I was like, I don't know what to do.
In that case, dude, Tax's eyes snap open. You are on 1 HP. 1 hit point.
Okay.
What is it that you're doing? You snap awake on your back. And the first thing that you hear is the cracking noise all around you.
Well, the first thing I'm doing is hacking up a lung. I imagine it's like that really raspy. And he can barely manage to get himself together. And then he looks up and he sees those cracks. And it's like that blurred vision, like when you get punched in the face so much that you can't really. It's like a boxer. And he like looks up, sees the cracks, and then survival mode sort of kicks in. So however much he can crawl or whatever movement speed he has, I look around and what do I see and how can I like get into survival mode, I suppose.
So do you mean as to get away from the impending collapsing of this thing, or?
Yeah, but also like I want to be aware of where I'm around. So like I obviously card being on the ground right now and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to protect my friends. So what do I see in terms of the vicinity of me and what I could do immediately? Yeah.
So you've hit the nail on the head, really. Like you see Marius sort of like looking exhausted but resolute. Sort of I think you see the remnants of wherever the web was that just dragged the mind flayer to its death. And you see Card unconscious next to you, unaware of the impending danger.
Okay. So kind of like an injured soldier, I basically feel like I'm just gonna like arm drag myself, bleeding and all, towards Card, and like the amount of energy that I have left, I basically curl him up underneath me, pretty much, almost like protecting him. Because if something goes down on top of me, I don't even care. I want to make sure that, like, he's protected, he's safe, and anybody else in the room that I can get in the vicinity of me to be safe, I'm going to try to drag out too.
Yeah, the only problem is that as you're sort of crawling over this heroic attempt to shield your friend from whatever may come crashing down upon you, you're noticing that the cracks are basically creeping down basically all of the sides of this dome. and that you know that if anything is going to give out, it will be everything will go. And as you recall, this thing is at the very bottom of the stalactite. You watch as a shard breaks away, and you are able to look down, and you see this thrashing, desperate maw of the kraken now flailing beneath you, several hundred feet beneath you. Like, if this is going, everything's gonna fall. So your next turn, you might be able to drag Card out of there, out of the door, and out onto the rock of the stalactite. But right now, I think as you've just woken up as well, that's all you can do.
And that is fair enough. That's exactly what I wanted. So.
Yeah, man. We see the shifting mound of Raynar de Vere. She looks up over at you, Marius. Her face is completely smashed away on one side from where your strike connected. And like with a broken jaw, blood streaming from her mouth. You see almost a tentacle-like tongue in her mouth. And she looks at you and says, Hexenheim. As if it's like a voice that's barely sort of like keeping it together at this point. If I die, so does any hope of you forging an alliance with our people. And she's sort of just like this broken mound reaching out to you. Card. Death saving throw, please.
So I made it earlier when it was my turn, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah. And you did okay, or?
Yes, that was a success. So I have 2 successes now out of 3.
Come on. So, Marius, in that case, it is your turn. You are seeing this leering figure that is held together by some unnatural force that is away from her. It seems you do not know, but she is threatening that if she dies.
I will nod like I understand, and I'll approach. You're right. We need you. Sometimes to battle the dark, you have to look into the dark. He drops the hammer, and as he approaches, puts his hand behind his back, and he takes a dagger from his belt. And he kneels over the body of this thing, and he plunges it into the chest. And he begins to carve through ribs. Drops the dagger, reaches his mailed fist into the body, and pulls out the heart. He shows it to her. Never, ever will I look into the dark.
And like as you're saying it, she's just like, and then your mailed gauntlet just crushes, and she just goes, and she sort of is spasming, and you see her back arc as if possessed by some outside force, and it gives out, and her body slides out of one of those holes and just descends into the darkness. The Gloom Mother, you see this flailing kraken basically using its last ounce of energy to just try and damage you and just finish this. But it is you are first to act in this situation. You there, Lucas?
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I thought. I'm so sorry. I
It's
thought
fine.
that you were talking
It's
to
okay,
Praxis.
man.
I don't know why. I'm crazy.
No, man. Gloom Mother time.
I imagine that that there's a huge, crazy battle. Do you want to just kind of do it narratively, or I can keep rolling if you
Well,
want?
I was about to. No. Well, tell you, do me a favor. Just describe one last attack for me and roll it.
Okay, absolutely.
You'll
So
see why.
I imagine again the proxy of the Spider Queen from atop the bottom, the nadir of Talazhan. I imagine that another web shoots out at some other tendrils, and she attempts to launch this thing completely up. He's attempting to pull it up using a fulcrum so that its entire front, its bottom soft underbelly is exposed to the entirety of the Drow archers above so that they can let their arrows fly and finish it. And that is a 9 plus for the web plus 14, so it's high. 23.
That's gonna hit. Yeah.
When you roll a 9 and it's still lower than your modifier.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, so with a great heave, I imagine that actually the Gloom Mother spirals around, weaving its web and pulling ever higher, pulling this great monstrosity up, its soft underbelly exposed to the forces of the Drow.
And there is a cry that goes up as somewhere above Commander Derenir of the Drow screams, "Fire everything!" And javelins, arrows, metal nets, artillery is just blasting down at this thing, and it gives one last feverish seismic gasp. It's like the air is taken out of the entire cavern as this thing breathes one last time, its tentacles desperately trying to claw itself free, and then it gives a shudder. And then it just goes dead weight. And this massive kraken has been hoisted to a terrible death. And then slowly, the webs start to just give way, and it slumps back into the water. You can see massive tentacles draped on either side of this massive cavern that it was in, and you have won the day. Those inside the dome hear a crunching. Suffice to say, you don't have long.
Marius, having torn the heart out of the evil, wipes his dagger on his trousers, puts it back, picks the hammer back up, and walks across to where Taxes is lying on top of Card and says, "Get up, we don't have time for sentimentality," and gives him a swift kick. And he will grab Card by the collar basically and begin dragging him as quickly as he can.
Yeah, and you're all able to sort of shift yourselves out of there. And it is then, as you are sort of making your exit, you see Azarax obviously down there, and all of a sudden, it's like you awaken from a dream. And you're there looking at your friends who are hurriedly making their way out.
Yeah, absolutely. Panting. He looks down, counts his limbs, grabs his satchel. Did we win?
I think so.
You ain't got long to think, boy. Now jump! Come on! And I imagine that Taxus is the last of the door, right? Like Taxus is the last of the door, so he just extends a clawed hand outward to Azarax, as if he somehow manages to not make it, he's going to be there to at least try to catch him.
It is then that you hear a and a massive tentacle swings wildly at the crystal dome. Azarax, make a dexterity saving throw.
I rolled really good. I have the Gloom Mother sheet up now.
No, it's fine.
I rolled a 17 on the die. I'm sure
that's fine. Azarax, tell me how you sense the attack just a second before it happens, and you dive to grab at Taxus's hand.
Azarax's eyes have turned back to their milky white, but there are these ghost images that keep popping into his head. He sees Cod as a little boy. He sees Taxus standing on the edge of a cliff looking out into oblivion. He sees Marius praying in a reliquary. He's just a teenager. He sees the entirety of Talazhan through multifaceted eyes. He sees a tentacle sweep across, and he realizes that he's back in his body. At the last minute, he sidesteps and dives out of the way as it slams into it.
And what happens next happens in a moment. You jump as this crystalline structure just gives out as the tentacle makes one last desperate attempt to just swipe at you. You grab onto Taxus's arm, and you, looking down whilst holding on to Taxus, you see what remains of this structure just breaks and falls away. You see the Gloom Mother is still there, and you see one last web shoot out. It latches onto the crystalline dome, what remains of it, falling through the air, and it's almost like it whips it, and this massive structure soars out of the air and just goes straight through the kraken. It gives another dying, horrendous scream as this time it truly ends, and it sinks beneath the inky waters. With one last look, you see the massive spider upside down on what remains of the pinnacle of Talazhan. And then it climbs up slowly onto the ceiling and disappears into the darkness. I have a bit of an epilogue to finish this episode, but I understand we've been playing for a long time. Are you guys okay to carry on for a little bit, or do you want like a tiny break and then we carry on? Because there's just a few things I need to do before we finish, if that's okay.
Let's do it. Let's power on through.
Keep going?
Yep.
Power on through?
I got all the time in the world, kid. You just do it.
All right, cool. So, a little bit of time passes where you are able to collect yourselves. This was a truly harrowing and dangerous experience for you all, but you made it. And you see just a crowd of Drow, military types and civilians alike, staring at you all as you make your way back through the city. And people are just staring at you in disbelief, but also in wonder. They had seen you all fly through the darkness to engage the kraken and whatever else that was in that dome that was making such horrendous noises and projecting such deadly power. They'd seen all of you meet that head on. And you all come to a stop in front of Commander Deranir. At his side is Tera. And at her back are a number of others that have those blue luminescent tattoos around their faces. They don't look haggard, they don't look desiccated like the ones that had sacrificed themselves. The ones that had remained to take the fight to this, and they had clearly been fighting. You see their bows and crossbows are in their hands. They look exhausted, but they did their duty as well. And they look at you in disbelief and just don't know what to say to you.
Marius is spattered in blood and mind flayer brains and spider legs and just everything after the whole day that it's been. And he just looks and he says, there are old oaths that were taken. Let's make sure we see them kept.
Azarax, I like to think that when you woke up, you managed to pick up the visor of Veritor as it had slipped from your head, and you're able to replace it onto your face. And you're looking at Tera, who is, although clearly perplexed by the sheer overwhelming feeling that such an ordeal would cause anyone, but she manages a smile, and she says, I always knew you were going to do great things, but I can't imagine. And she's at a loss for words. You've shown everyone here that they were wrong to send you away.
Azarax has spent his lifetime skittering away like a spider in the shadows, hiding from society, hiding from the surface world, hiding from his people down below, never having a place where he was accepted. His name has been a curse ever since he was a child. So it is a profoundly bizarre experience for him to feel the eyes of everybody upon him right now. It's different. It's not, they're not looking down at him. They're looking up to him. It's something he's never felt. And I think that he would turn and he would stammer over his words as he said so, not having any background in public speaking whatsoever. But I think that he would turn and he would address the Drow. And he would say, what has transpired here today is something that will be remembered in legend. It is true, we are Lorekeepers. It is true, I am Azarax of House Drogaron. It is true my family was cast out for believing in the old ways. But you have seen it with your own eyes. The Gloom Mother herself has come. But it was not us who summoned the Gloom Mother. It was Tera of the Spinner's Creed. He would give her family name as well. It was their perseverance after being subjugated by the pretender Reina de Veer, who allowed her house to be infiltrated by the illithid. Ah, I hold no grudge, for her mind was not her own. Let her family and her line continue. But I say to you, it was not the Lorekeepers. It was not the Gloom Mother. It was not the Spinner's Creed that killed that motherfucking kraken. It was each and every one of you.
And the assembled crowd sort of look to each other, nodding. There has been great loss here. But that does not overshadow the victory that they have won. There has not been a battle like this so close to Talazhan in a long time, and it will go down in legend. You can hear the familiar scratching of Grim inscribing every detail of this climactic battle in the darkness, knowing that that will add to the power that you've been accruing this whole time. Tera looks to command Deranir. You can see he clearly took quite a severe wound to the face. He's got blood pouring down over one of his eyes. And he actually looks to Marius. And his arrogant and dismissive nature is entirely gone from how he had treated you before. And he says, "Your service. It is recognized here this day." Azarak says that it wasn't the Lorekeepers that did this, but I fear if it wasn't for you, then it would have been too late. We have much to repair. We have wounds to mend. But you were promised an alliance. And I will see that you get one. And he raises an arm to take your forearm.
Yeah, Marius says, well, we did a lot. But certainly we had hope. And that is the tone that will be set for this coming war against Advent. We will do whatever we can, and as much as we can. We'll give every shred of ourselves, but we will need help. And this alliance goes a long way to making things right. And he grabs his hand.
And he smiles, and as he does, he addresses the crowd and he says, "Let it be said that the Drow and the Lorekeepers and Azarax, the Gloom Father, cemented our future this day. Together we can do anything. Let us show the surface world what we are made of." A time passes. You are healed, you are fed. And a modest celebration is held for, while, like I said, this was a victory, a lot of people died as well. And it will take the Drow a while before they are able to commit any forces to you, but in the meantime, they look on you all as friends and allies now. It is the next day that a light begins to pour from Grim. And Azarak's hand Grim, so I will say that you are the one that is to open him. And Grim says, I've got a message from Weaver. He said he'd be able to communicate via me. He says he has a lead, 2 leads, in fact. Taxes. He thinks he might know something about your people. He's discovered something. And he has a lead about Raylan. We must go. You are accompanied by the Dark Wardens, and you are led from the Underdark to a certain point. And just before you meet the Jaws, you are bidden a fond farewell. Emerging into the light. Thank the gods, the light. The wind on your faces is the most joyful thing. You can't really fathom how long you were down there. It was a while. A good while. And you begin to travel back to the Methanium. And one night, resting about a campfire on your journey back to your headquarters. Gonna roll d4. Marius, you are the one on watch this evening. And as you're on watch, you have the hammer in hand. Forgiveness. Still marveling over the power that it displayed in the Underdark. Moving its weight around, flexing it. Keeping your mind busy whilst you count the hours before the next watch is taken. And then you see something illuminated by the campfire. A figure is approaching in a long travel cloak, dusty brown travel cloak. A middle-aged man with a cropped beard, with a scar over one eye. And he says, "Lovely evening. Do you mind if I share your fire?"
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. And he comes and sits down heavily. You can see under the travel cloak that there is armor. And he sits opposite you. The rest of you sort of stir and sort of wake up at this new arrival. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's not often people will gladly offer a place at their fire to a complete stranger. Appreciate it.
I wouldn't say it was gladly, but it's polite.
Oh, it is. Very polite. Very proper of you. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Would you like a drink?
Oh, I would. I would. Thank you very much. And he offers a hand.
Yeah, I'll take out some of the, I guess some of the Drow wine that we have with us, and pour him a cup, and one for myself.
He takes a sip of it, and you can see he's sort of swishing it around his mouth. Oh, that's an interesting. It's an interesting drink you got there. You notice when he's talking to you, his eyes never leave yours, Marius, even though he is well aware that there are other people around him, the rest of you.
Yeah, Marius's eyes are not always on him. They are looking around the camp. He has seen this before, where a friendly stranger arrives and distracts you while his friends move into position. So he's scanning the camp for anything that might be going like that. He cannot turn that sense off, although he might wish to sometimes. He looks at him and he says, "Well, what's your name, traveler?"
Oh, I was I have a special name. A name that I was awarded for service. Hard service as well. It's quite an honor to bear it, actually. You might know it. It's after a famous man who dealt with darkness. Oh, what was it again? Sacrifices must be made if we're to defeat the darkness of the witch. And the fire is reflecting on a symbol that hangs in front of him. A familiar looking skull. The skull of the witch hunters. You are scanning around, and it is only then that you see the 20 or so individuals that have approached in the darkness, aiming crossbows at you all. And he says, "You've led us on a very merry chase, haven't you, Marius? I think it's time we have a trial of a witch hunter." And that is where we will leave our heroes tonight. Oh, that was a long one.
Oh my!
God damn. I can't believe it went that long. I looked at when you said it's a long one. I looked down at the clock and I was like, I'm doing math wrong. It can't really have been that long.
Right?
Dude, oh my god, like
Unreal.
I can't feel. Let me put this in context. I can't feel my chest right now because I've been holding in air for like 4 hours. It's just been like,
Yeah. Oh man. Thank you guys once again. Always a pleasure. So I'm gonna do what I always do. If each of you would like to share a thought of the game, and then we will sign off, and I shall begin with Chad.
okay. So my name is Chad Nick. But as always, this game, man, the Lorekeepers is like my blood brothers, and every single time you guys get better and better and better. And Rob, dude, like, I lost it halfway through, even before we got to like the big combats and stuff. Like, I was just like, I'm done, I'm out, I'm already done. My favorite part, hands down favorite part, was the spider and kraken mega battle. Like, I had an old like 1950s 60s like the Godzilla versus Mothra battle in my brain, but it was all inverted and upside down, and I was just like, oh, it's amazing, so good.
Thanks, man. I'm really glad you liked it. Yeah, like you're saying about the battles, like there were. I knew this was going to be quite a long one because there were going to be 2 fights. The fights always take a little while, but really glad you liked it, man. Barker.
I said a lot of my stuff earlier, but one thing that I didn't mention, my thought about the game was that probably I think the best thing was when Lloyd had his weapon get an upgrade in the middle of a fight and had his character discover the power of it in the middle of it. Even if the power were something like not as epic as what it obviously is, it's cool to be a character, be a player discovering new things about stuff you've had for a long time. So I thought that was really awesome. That's my thought about the game. Otherwise, I am Barker, and I've been sitting here in the dark because we've been in the Underdark, and so I'm like, man, I got to turn the lights off. And then halfway through, I was like, I can't even read my damn dice, but I just got lazy, so I just kept the lights off. But thank you for running the game, Rob, as usual. Thanks for letting me do my intro, and as always, I love these players, love the Lorekeepers, and I'll see you guys next time.
Amazing. And yeah, dude, thank you for that intro as well. That was an incredible intro, and it feels like a year ago. But amazing stuff, man. Amazing stuff. Lloyd.
That was great. It was really fun. It was fucking gnarly to have the weapon, just like a normal hammer that I started with, become this like thing, which is really satisfying. It was a Marius heavy episode, and I apologize to you guys for that. I feel like there was a lot of screen time, but it was great. I got to be a witch hunter major style this time around, and it was really fun, and I cannot wait to be executed by the witch hunter order. Other than that, I'm your LDM on YouTube. I also run games.
I can't wait to execute either, man. It's going to be fun. No, great stuff. And yeah, I mean, when the others went down, like, it had to be centered on you because you were the only one still standing. So, you know, but no, that's all good. And finally, the Gloom Father himself, a name maybe he'll carry into the future. I like the idea of that being maybe one of his titles now. I don't know. Lorekeepers, take it away, man.
I mean, that's what it says on his character sheet now, so I think it's probably
it
gonna
does.
stick. I wrote it right in there. Oh my god. I mean, so many great moments that from the beginning on. That intro was unreal. The beginnings and endings. Holy shit, that was so good. And I mean, I don't need. There's too much to say. I can't really say. Every game is like a summer blockbuster. These action scenes are not like combat in D&D is long, but they're never boring. It's just like, it's so cool, man. I love playing with you guys. Everybody did a fantastic job. I didn't know I was going to get to be a giant fucking spider, but that was fun, man. It was really cool. So let's keep doing it, man. I loved it. My name's Lorekeepers, and you can find me. If you search by Lorekeepers, if you find someone else, that's a fucking imposter. You'll know right away.
Watch out for the doppelgangers, man. Yeah, so once again, thank you ever so much, guys. Always a pleasure. And to those of you watching, thank you ever so much for sticking around. Really appreciate those guys watching live. And for those after the fact, if you like this video, maybe give it a like. If you want to see more like it, give me a subscribe. Or not, we're all friends here, or are we? Wink. And join us next time. And for first time, I already have the title of the next one down. Usually I hold it back, but the title of the next one is going to be The Lorekeepers, Chapter 7, Trial of a Witch Hunter. Hope to see you there. Thank you ever so much, and I hope that all of your performances are up to standard.